Recording in progress.
Test, test. Is that too loud? Test, test. Test, test.
dryer.
They're trying to clear debris off the racetrack, and the car found something hot to ignite it.
Car darted hard right.
More fire trucks.
Montoya was going down the back, catching up with the field, and he didn't know the safety truck was up there. They called him on the radio and said, "Watch that safety truck," and the car darted hard right.
And you're looking at what happens when 200 gallons of jet fuel meet a spark, or something very hot after a collision like that.
Test. Is this too loud? Test. Joan, can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can you hear me now? Is that good? Okay.
Hey guys, I am with the Thrash Group and we are setting up the camera. Hang on one second. Okay. Hey, this is Carly. I'm with the Thrash Group. I'm changing our name here. Let's see here. And we're getting our video set up. Here we go. Okay. Yes, this is Jen. Yep. Open the door.
Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. No, I believe Kimberly is going to share something on our behalf, and we're just going to chime in. Yeah, I'll definitely mute. I don't want to get in your way. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. I would now like to call the November 15th, 2022 Longmont City Council regular session to order. The council has returned to in-person meetings, but if you feel that you need to wear a mask, feel free. Masks are allowed. To watch the city council meeting, you can go to the agenda on the city's agenda management portal and watch it at www.longmontcolorado.gov. Online services, agendas and minutes, agenda management portal. The city's YouTube channel also has this meeting at Longmont YouTube. You can also watch it via Longmont Public Media website at longmontpublicmedia.org/watch/ also on the Comcast channels 8 and 880. Can we have a roll call, please?
Mayor Peck,
Present.
Councilmember Hidalgo Faring,
Here.
Councilmember Martin,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Rodriguez,
Here.
Councilmember Waters, here. Councilmember Yarbrough.
Here.
Mayor, you have a quorum.
Thank you. Let's stand for the pledge. As a reminder to the public, anyone wishing to speak at first call, public invited to be heard, will need to add his or her name to the list outside the council chambers. Only those on the list will be invited to speak at the first public invited to be heard. Speakers who do not place their names on the list will have the opportunity to speak during final call, public invited to be heard. Anyone wishing to speak on a list for each particular item. Each speaker is limited to 3 minutes, and we would like you to list your name and address. Now we need to approve the minutes for October 25th. Do I have a motion? So it's been moved by Councilor Waters, seconded by Councilor Yarbrough to move those minutes. Let's vote. That passes unanimously. Can we have agenda revisions? Do any of the council members have agenda revisions or submissions of documents to add to future agendas? Councilor Martin.
Thank you, Mayor Peck. Yes, on October 25th, there was a motion made to have a special study session to discuss the firearms regulations ordinances. A date certain for that session was not put in place. And I have recently learned that the General Assembly this spring session is planning on revisiting its firearms control ordinances based on the results that have happened from local control, if it's my understanding. I don't have a lot of details because the meeting hasn't happened yet. But I think it would be more sensible for Longmont to discuss the proposed regulations after we see what the General Assembly does than to do it in the next couple of months when we not only don't know what the General Assembly is going to do this spring, but we also don't know what the outcome of the other Boulder County cities' actions are. So I would like to move that we set a date certain for this discussion of June, either the first or second regular session in June of 2023.
Okay, it's been moved that we postpone our discussion on our gun safety ordinances. And that's been moved by Councilor Martin, seconded by Councilor Waters, to be moved to June 2023. Do we have any discussion on that? Seeing none, we'll just go for a vote. So that vote carried with myself and just myself in opposition. So that passes. Thank you, Councilor Martin. Do we have any other agenda revisions or motions? Seeing none, we'll move on to the city manager's report.
Excuse me, Mayor Peck. There is a substitute resolution for item 9G,
Okay.
and staff is asking that it be pulled from consent. The substitute resolution corrects wording in line 17 on page 1 to remove the award notice as part of.
Okay, thank you. When we get to the ordinances on first reading, we'll remember to pull that one. Thank you. So Harold, we are back to the city manager's report.
Yeah, I know that we sent an email to council regarding a tentative date on the 22nd, and we had some confusion on that, but based on the previous motion, then I don't need direction on the date to have that meeting, so.
Okay, great, thank you.
Thanks.
So we have a special report and presentation tonight, which is the introduction of fire chief and firefighter from our sister city, Ciudad Guzman, Mexico. And it looks like Janice is going to present.
Thank you. Good evening, Council and Mayor Pack. It's my honor to introduce two of our firefighters from Ciudad Guzman. We have Fire Chief Carlos Chalico and Diego Managua. And they're here to visit our city and learn a little bit about our facilities. They'll be going to dispatch tomorrow and doing training with Dan Higgins and his crew. So we're really excited to have them here. They arrived today.
Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you.
Cash?
Mayor, as you and the council know, but our firefighter friends do not know, I would like to tell you a story of one of our fire engines. One of our fire engines, Fire Engine 8, you may remember during the flood, was able to get through roaring floodwaters in order to rescue people who were in need. And after that day, Fire Engine 8 sadly did not make it through the flood and had to be replaced shortly thereafter because it was flooded out with floodwaters after it had done heroic duties. In order to memorialize Fire Engine 8, we have two children's books that were in part written by one of our fire folks' daughters. And the books talk about the historic deeds of Fire Engine 8. They're also signed by the illustrator.
Oh, nice.
And we'd like to give them to our firefighters from Ciudad Guzman. Yes, we have a couple others too, but wanted to give them those two. So he had to replace Fire Engine 8 very quickly. And so what we found was a replacement for Fire Engine 8. And that fire engine came from the Daytona 500.
Ah.
I want to show you a short video of the new Fire Engine 8 in action.
Watched that safety truck, and the car darted hard right.
And you're looking at what happens when 200 gallons of jet fuel meet a spark, or something very hot after a collision like that.
And there's Fire Engine 8.
More fire trucks going to the scene. Now that's the front of the race car. It hit the trailer, which went up in the air, and the race car pretty much submarined underneath it.
Oop, I should have stopped it right before there so you had a little picture of Fire Engine 8. Okay, so there's Fire Engine 8 rescuing the drivers and putting out the fire. And it's now time for Fire Engine 8 to be retired again. As you all know, in your last council meeting, you agreed to donate Fire Engine 8 to Ciudad Guzman for it so that it can continue its heroic work in Mexico.
Okay. Muchas gracias. Thank you very much.
We would love for council to come around and have a photo with our firefighters.
Oh, thank you, yes.
Perfect.
Ahí entre todos, ¿no? You guys stood in like you know each other. There you go. Hey, perfect. Gracias. Thank you very much.
Thank you, council. We know that our partners in Ciudad Guzman will be able to use Fire Engine 8 to fulfill the rest of its glory days as we replace it again here. Thanks.
And I just wanted to say that it was Cash's ask of council, so I need to just thank you, Cash, for having that great idea of donating. So now we get on to the more meaty part of the agenda. We have another report. It is LEDP's quarterly report. So Jessica Erickson is coming up to the podium.
Good evening, Mayor Peck and council members. I'm Jessica Erickson, President and CEO of Longmont Economic Development Partnership. As mentioned, I am here to present Longmont EDP's third quarter impact report. To remind everyone, Longmont EDP has a contract to provide economic development services with the city of Longmont. And the services that are called for within that agreement are to strengthen Longmont's competitive position through implementation of our economic development strategy, Advanced Longmont 2.0, marketing Longmont nationally and globally for both talent and industry, supporting the creation and retention of quality jobs, advancing opportunities for entrepreneurship and innovation, and advocating on behalf of all Longmont's businesses. Our citywide economic development strategy, Advanced Longmont 2.0, has 5 focus areas of talent, industry, place, transportation, connectivity, and impact, with goals established in each of those focus areas. While the citywide economic development strategy does focus in those 5 areas, the work plan of the Longmont Economic Development Partnership Organization and its staff particularly focuses in the areas of talent, industry, and impact. So we'll start with our work in the area of talent. The first objective in our contract being marketing and recruitment of new needed talent to our community. We do that through implementation of or execution of a national marketing campaign to attract new talent that is in need by our existing primary industry base here in the city of Longmont. The KPIs associated with that national marketing campaign include 1.6 million impressions on our ad campaign through Q3 of 2022, and just over 2,700 clicks from our ad campaign. The top 5 user locations, or the top 5 places from which people are engaging in our campaign, are Los Angeles, Columbus, Ohio, Denver, Phoenix, and San Diego, California. We launched a new website aligned with this campaign in the spring of this year, and through Q3 of 2022 had over 3,000 new website users to the site. Our most visited pages on that site are our work style page, where people are able to search actual employment opportunities within the city of Longmont, as well as our homepage and our site selection services page, which is intended to be a resource to site selection consultants supporting corporations in making location decisions. The top 3 search words that are getting people to our site include, or search terms, I should say, include jobs in Colorado, engineering jobs, and employment in Colorado. So when people are looking at Colorado, they're landing in Longmont via our website. Our second talent objective is conducting the workforce perception study on an annual basis and monitoring and hopefully improving areas of challenge that we recognize through that study. The 2022 Workforce Perception Study Survey was completed in August of 2022. We are in the results analysis phase that was intended to be presented at our board meeting in November, but that has been postponed to December. But you'll see that information, the results of that study in December of this year. The next talent objective is what we call talent intelligence data. So monitoring data related to talent needs and the talent pipeline that we have existing here in the city of Longmont, understanding whether it meets the needs of our primary industry and how we can support in areas that it does not. One of the ways that we do that is now through our recently launched Longmont Career Pathways platform, where we have over 208 job seekers providing data that we can look at in terms of who are seeking jobs, who are seeking jobs specifically in Longmont, where they're coming from, what their education level is, and what their skill sets are. We also include talent needs assessment questions on our annual Elevate Longmont Business Retention and Expansion Survey. So this is a survey of our primary industry employers. And we identified through that survey this year that the top 3 employment challenges or talent-related challenges for our existing industry base are finding talent with the right skills, attracting talent to their companies, and retaining that talent once they have them. And then also related to talent is supporting our existing talent systems, which we primarily consider to be Front Range Community College, St. Vrain Valley School District, and Workforce Boulder County. We do that by directly referring companies that we interact with to those workforce development systems, as well as including information about those resources in primary industry prospect proposals. So when we're trying to recruit a new company to come to our community, we're sharing information about the incredible talent pipeline system that we have and workforce development system that we have here in the city of Longmont. And so we are on track to, with the exception, well, a minor delay in the results of the workforce perception study, but otherwise on track to meet all of our talent objectives associated with our contract in 2022. Moving on to the industry focus area, our first objective is primary industry growth and more specifically leveraging the economic development support or incentive resources that we have available with us to do that. One of our objectives for some time now is to update the local incentive programs and policy that we have here in the city of Longmont in partnership with the city manager's office, that it initially started in 2020 pre-pandemic and then was put on hold throughout the pandemic. We have brought that back and that work is moving forward again now. And in fact, we have a meeting with the city manager's office tomorrow afternoon. We have had one State of Colorado strategic fund incentive approved related to a Longmont project or prospect that we refer to as Project Green. It's not public as of yet. We do anticipate bringing a local incentive forward to you for your approval, but that project has been put on hold until early next year. Our second objective is lead generation. So being the organization that goes out and identifies opportunities for the city of Longmont to attract new business and expansion projects. We have generated 25 total primary industry prospect leads through Q3 of this year, and 4 of those came in, and that should say Q3 of 2022. So of the 25, 4 of them came in 3 months of Q3 of 2022. So we currently, or as of September 30th, had 12 total active prospects in our pipeline, which if we were fortunate enough to win them all, would represent 4,200 potential net new jobs at an average annual wage of just over $105,000 per year, and bring $792 million in new capital investment into our community. We continue to see and have seen throughout the year that the most active of our targeted industry clusters is our smart manufacturing industry cluster, with more than half of our prospects being within that cluster. But 80% of all of the prospects that we've worked with throughout the year have been within one of our 4 targeted industry clusters, which is the idea. Our third objective is business retention, so supporting the retention of our existing primary industry base, which of course the goal is always 100%. Obviously, market and other factors beyond our control make that not possible all of the time, but we're always shooting for 100% retention of our existing primary industry base. We monitor that through our annual Elevate Longmont survey, which this year was sent to 217 Longmont-based primary employers between January and April, with 61 responses received, or response rate of 28%. Our objective within the contract was a 25% response rate. We followed that up with 3 executive roundtable discussions held during May of this year. We used those to provide the color to the data, or help us tell the story of the data that we aggregate through the Elevate Longmont survey. So getting the real input and feedback of actual executives of primary employers within the community. The results of that survey, or I'm sorry, the breakdown of respondents of that survey came from our smart manufacturing sector. 31%, or about a third of the responses, came from our smart manufacturing sector, and then knowledge creation, food and beverage, business catalysts, and other followed in the order that you see on the slide. And then our next industry objective is deployment of $60,000 in city-funded grants to startups or early-stage companies initially participating in the Innovate Longmont Accelerator program, which has since been dissolved, and we've refocused those funds to provide grants to potential candidates for the RAMP incubator, which is the Readiness Accelerated Manufacturing incubator that we're in the process of standing up. We have issued 1 grant with another one in the pipeline. So again, on track to meet all of our industry objectives within the City of Longmont contract. And then our final area of focus is our impact objective, starting with our role as the Advanced Longmont 2.0 Collective Impact Backbone Support Organization, and ensuring that we're providing the support needed to the working groups around the strategic initiatives coming out of Advanced Longmont 2.0. And that's looked like 1 strategy alignment retreat. We've hosted 59 initiative support meetings and 2 diversity, equity, and inclusion workshops for those working groups. We've worked with our steering committee to develop an initiative proposal portal with community readiness guide and an initiative proposal process to make the process of standing up new initiatives coming out of Advanced Longmont 2.0 more consistent and efficient as we move forward. The current collective impact initiatives with working groups in Advanced Longmont 2.0 are the Longmont Early Childcare Coalition Initiative, the Intracity Multimodal Transportation Initiative, Prosper Longmont, which is our Attainable Housing Initiative, and the River District Corridor. The collective data dashboard, which was another of this year's objective, is a box that we checked much earlier this year. In fact, in the very start of this year in the first quarter, although we do have plans to enhance that, make it more easily accessible, in particular to you as city council members, as well as create some consistency between the data that we are putting out into the world, the data that you are putting out into the world, and the data that city staff is putting out into the world regarding the demographics and economic climate here in the City of Longmont. And then finally, our final impact objective is related to our Aspire Leadership Council, which is intended to engage leaders, private sector leaders, particularly from our primary industry base, as well as investors of Longmont EDP, in the work of economic development in the city of Longmont. So our goal is to reach 40 members of our Aspire Leadership Council. We're at 31 as of September 30th. The Aspire Leadership Council also oversees a fund that we call the Aspire Fund that funds projects that are above and beyond and outside of our normal work plan. We had one new project funded in the third quarter of this year, which was supporting the hiring of a consultant for the Longmont Early Child Care Coalition. And so we are also on track to meet all of our objectives in the impact area of our contract. I'll do a quick kind of general economic overview. The City of Longmont, or the gross regional product for the region, or the GRP for the region, is just over $7 billion. At the end of 2021, we had just over 56,000 jobs in the City of Longmont, and 4.8% employment growth over the previous 5 years. Our total labor force is at 56,849 as of July 2022. And we've seen a 1.5% year-over-year change in our labor force. The most recent non-preliminary unemployment rate available to us via the Bureau of Labor Statistics was July, and we were at 3.2%. We've seen August, we're up to August now here in November, and that's at 2.9%. So we're back at a pre-pandemic unemployment rate here in the City of Longmont. We also focus a lot nowadays on housing, and so we monitor residential real estate data. The median sales price in Q3, or in August of 2022, for a home in Longmont was $598,500, which you can see still by kind of a long shot makes us the most affordable housing market in Boulder County. Also the most active housing market in Boulder County, with 104 homes sold and 232 total available inventory. And that is the end of my presentation, which I will add is my last presentation to you as President and CEO of Longmont Economic Development Partnership. So I do want to express absolute gratitude for the opportunity to have worked with each and every one of you, and for the commitment that you have to the City of Longmont and the commitment that you've had over the years to supporting economic development in the City of Longmont. So thank you for that. It's much appreciated, and I look forward to watching that partnership continue to grow and do great things for the City of Longmont. I also want to point out that our Economic Development Manager, Stephanie Pitts-Noggle, who is in the audience, has been appointed to serve as interim CEO until a permanent replacement has been identified and hired and put into place. That process has started. The job posting is out there. You may have seen a media release about it in the news yesterday or today, and so hopefully we'll find the right person to kind of pass the torch to continue to carry on the work that we've done, that I am very, very proud of over the last 8 years at Longmont EDP. So thank you. I'll take any questions that you have.
Councilor Waters.
Thanks, Mayor Peck. Really not a question. I just, as you're doing this quarterly report and then sharing your intention to transition, my first council meeting, the very first item on the agenda was a quarterly report. And I recall grilling you pretty hard in that moment. I've learned a lot since then. I don't,
As have I.
So I just want to tell you how much I've enjoyed working with you. Your growth, the growth of LEDP, that's both its productivity and the leadership that you've provided and LEDP has provided in the region, I think is exemplary. And whether or not every resident in Longmont realizes it, you've been part of raising the tide that raises all boats in this town in terms of quality of life, median incomes, and you've taken on big issues and big challenges, and I, for one, appreciate it. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilman Waters.
And good luck.
Thank you.
Okay, Councilor Yarborough.
Well, I kind of feel like it's me, because as soon as I get on council, you leave. What's up with that? Man. No, I just want to say thank you for everything that you have done, and just to see that I know there's so much more that I need to learn, but I wish I had a more of an opportunity to learn more from you. But thank you for everything, and just your persistence and your guidance and everything. Much appreciated. So I just want to say thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Yarborough. I assure you that it is absolutely not you.
Councilor Hidalgo Faring.
Thank you, Mayor. So I too echo the sentiments. I didn't want to let you go without expressing my appreciation for all the work you've done, especially during COVID, that you were able to bring in and continue the work with all these restrictions, with so much uncertainty, and you kept plugging it through. So I want to commend you for that and give acknowledgement to that as well, because that is not an easy task. So thank you. You will be missed.
Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that.
Councilor Martin.
Thank you, Mayor Peck. I would just like to add one exhortation for the future to the members of the Economic Development Partners. Jessica has been instrumental in introducing the idea of collective impact, and what she has done so far to promote that paradigm has, I think, been extremely promising in terms of putting together a new way of Longmont's influential organizations and individuals to work together toward a common goal, each doing what they do best. And I just want to say, I hope that that continues under the new leadership, and thank you, Jessica, for getting us started.
Thank you.
Ditto.
Thank you.
Thank you for everything you've done for us, and it was a pleasure working with you.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Mayor, before Jessica runs off, I thought about saying this yesterday, but if I can say a few things. About 9 years ago, when we did the first targeted industry study, and we did what is now known as Advanced Longmont, and completely restructured how we approached economic development. The thing that everyone knew was that we needed someone that was completely committed to this, that was willing to take on a challenge and really transform an organization and a process that we've been in. And, it's happy to say we found the right person in Jessica, and everything that she's done, not only to take that, but then take that to the next level, and the things that we're talking about today. I think to Councilmember Waters' point, what a lot of people don't realize is the impact that Jessica's had in terms of our community, our revenue base, and the times that she would call and said, hey, we've got this prospect, we're having lunch at this location, can you show up? And you need to show up, and it was Smucker's. And we all know how that turned out, in her perseverance and her connections with the state and pushing on these issues, or working through multiple companies to fill Amgen space when nationally people were struggling, or the introduction of Costco that a lot of people don't realize. And so Jessica's impact on our community will be felt forever. But what I really appreciated about Jessica was she would tell you what you needed to hear, not what you wanted to hear, and we could have really good conversations, and I think made all of us better and made the community better. And so I'm going to miss working with you, because it has been, it's been fun. You've been phenomenal, and we were so lucky to bring you into our community.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I'm going to go sit down before I cry. Have a good evening.
That was emotional. So we're at first call, public invited to be heard. The first person on the list tonight is Mike Schnatzmeyer. And you have 3 minutes, Mike. Please state your name and address.
Thank you, Mayor Peck and council members. Mike Schnatzmeyer, 69 Hover Street. I really didn't have any prepared remarks for tonight, but in sitting in on the Vision Zero study group, some things came to mind that I thought I might share. First, to paraphrase Andreas Duany, the founder of the Congress of New Urbanism, it should be a basic human right to be able to live, to simply survive without being forced to own a car. Let that sink in. Our society today forces people to own cars to merely survive. Vision Zero must be about more than fatalities and public safety. It is an opportunity to fundamentally shift a paradigm to becoming a more walkable and bikeable city. If done through a perspective of systems thinking and multi-solving, Vision Zero can be a basis and a narrative for a whole host of things from that if we pursue through a systemic thinking approach, what's called a multi-solving approach for resolving multiple issues with solutions that cross various categories. Vision Zero can address affordable housing by eliminating or reducing the need to have to own a car and freeing up budget within families to apply towards wealth creation and housing and other discretionary needs. Vision Zero can be about social justice issues. It can be about wealth building. It can be about, it's also an intergenerational issue for those people that, is that my warning? 30 seconds?
No, you're fine.
Okay. It's an intergenerational issue in that it allows, we need to have a city that accommodates the elderly, to be able to get them out of their ensconced senior retirement communities and allow the people at 8 to 80, what's called 8 to 80, people in our younger and our oldest generations to be able to get out and walk the community and have the places for those people to go to. Vision Zero can also be about protecting the environment. It can be about regional transit, getting RTD to work. It can be about tourism. It can be about job creation, attracting a workforce, a younger generation to the city of Longmont that wants a walkable and bikeable community and wants to be able to work and live in that type of community. It's about protecting the environment, cleaner health, or cleaner air, cleaner water, public health. And for me, fundamentally, it's about the climate crisis. We need to, the COP27 is happening as we speak this week. We need to accelerate every possible paradigm for addressing a climate crisis. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mike. Michelle Bennett.
Good evening. Thank you for having me have the opportunity to be here and speak with all of you this evening. My name is Michelle Bennett, and my address is 203 Francis Street. In front of you, I have given each one of you a presentation. It helps me get everything I need to tell you without my limitation of 3 minutes. And also a list of what I believe an extended traffic study for the Bond Farm corridor. After my discussions with a private independent traffic engineer. What you'll find in the packet is a presentation of research that I've done, and it's based on, it's cited by CDOT and also the Longmont Street Design Guidelines. And it's about how when a development, so the Bond Farm is having the development of approximately 70 units that are approximately 3 stories high in a very tiny area. And it's in a 100-year-old neighborhood. And if you haven't driven by there, I would really encourage you to do so, because it'll give you a much deeper understanding of what I'm talking about. So that would be Spruce Avenue between Bowen and Sunset. So in here you'll find usually the developer has to come in and design the streets that within the development to accommodate the occupants that live there. And there's examples there of 2 developments that are happening right now, and exits and entrances that they have to accommodate there to make it safe. Putting a development in the middle of a 100-year-old infrastructure is not a Vision Zero at all. It will increase the risks and the hazards that already come with the street in general because of how old it is. And so I'm hoping that you will look at this packet and kind of understand that the developer who's developing this 70 units in a tiny, tiny area will be using our streets. They won't be developing their own to accommodate their occupants. They're going to be using ours. And this outlines what is wrong with ours and what the developer should be developing and where they should be developing at. Thank you.
Thank you, Michelle. Ruby Bowman.
Hi, my name is Ruby Bowman, 1512 Left Hand Drive. Section 1424050 of the Municipal Code is titled Storm Drainage System Capital Improvement Fee. And this is the section which deals with the Storm Drainage System Development Fee, which is on your agenda. It states in the Municipal Code that all funds collected by the charge of the plant investment fee shall be only utilized for capital improvements, which means it can be used for RSVP. This was confirmed to me by Public Works staff today. As you know, RSVP is part of the CIP program. I have concerns that the fee structure model that the city is using to calculate the storm drainage system capital improvement fee may be outdated and should be restructured. The last time council made an adjustment to the fee by ordinance was in 2005. This was years before RSVP was initiated and before the high cost of RSVP construction became a reality. The 2-category approach for the fee, single-family dwelling rate versus the non-single family dwelling rate, which was being used in 2005 and currently being used in 2022, should be reevaluated by the staff. This is needed in order to determine whether the fee calculation model is adequately covering developers' financial obligation for the construction of RSVP. Council does not hesitate to raise residence fees. Council has taken action by ordinance to increase our utility bill storm drainage fee, which residents pay monthly to fund RSVP bonds. Once in 2013 and the other time was in 2021. In the 2021 storm drainage fee ordinance, Council approved 3 increases. The first increase took place in January 2022, and there will be subsequent increases in 2023 and again in 2024. That's 4 fee increases residents have had to pay or will be paying for RSVP since 2013. Developers are the ones who will benefit and will profit the most from the RSVP through the removal of their development properties from the floodplain, particularly east of Rogers Grove. Again, the current fee model doesn't capture the true impacts and costs that new development is having on our city and our pocketbooks. Council should send staff's fee proposal back to the drawing board. Thank you.
Thank you, Ruby. Heather Marvin.
Hi, I'm here tonight in response to the proposed boutique hotel development.
Heather?
My name is Heather Marvin.
And your address, please.
My family and I own 338 Main Street. And that's why I operate a co-working office and event space, the Times Collaborative. We have 35 active members, many of whom own their own businesses. Though small, the Times hits on many of the DDA's goals for downtown businesses, driving vibrancy, diversity, historical charm, and often operating 7 days a week on extended hours, while being local and female-owned. As such, I ask that our businesses' needs be taken into account. We are excited at the thought of increased foot traffic and an additional draw to downtown, but have felt the slow growth effects of COVID that don't allow us to weather another storm. First, noise. My member's voice leaving past leases because development was too loud to take a call or meet with clients. Second, parking is the #1 concern of our members, according to a survey we did. It's an amenity that they chose us for. During the construction period, I would request that we have access to convenient event parking, first right of refusal to permits in the new lot, continued use of the alley for deliveries and to operate our 8 chefs to go programs, and a public safety phone number so my employees and members can get a ride or escort to their vehicle if they don't feel safe after hours. Between noise and parking, I estimate a 50% reduction in revenue during the construction period, an unsustainable figure. I'm concerned our building will lose the natural light of our members, an aspect that sets us apart from other locations and drove me to purchase the building initially. I trust part of the process to come will be an ongoing review and approval of plans to minimize impact of the historic buildings on Main Street. Much of our business's discovery has been walked by traffic, driven by parking in 300 East. I would like to learn of plans to protect the existing Main Street businesses from direct competition within the new structure. For me, this is an assurance that the hotel is not including co-working in their plans. I urge the development of a robust engagement process to include collaborations with directly impacted business owners, keeping us apprised of progress and included in key decision-making. I hope to be a part of that group. Surprise has not been a friend to business in the past 3 years, and being treated as a valuable member of the community will help inspire long-term growth for all. I'm not asking for this project to be killed, but I am asking for an amendment to address short-term noise and parking concerns in competition to the current businesses. I ask that a committee inclusive of local business owners be formed to help direct the future of this project. I believe we can make space for all of our needs to be heard and met, and if given the opportunity, drive great success for the whole community. Finally, I ask that additional grant and loan money be made available to businesses impacted by an 18 to 24-month construction period. Grant money used to bolster marketing and shift operational strategies to maintain revenues. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Heather. Cheryl Brown.
Press the button.
No, it's on.
Thank you.
too.
I appreciate the opportunity to address Mayor Peck and the council members. I actually appreciated hearing the boutique hotel from a business person's perspective. I don't really know what a boutique hotel is, but I'm guessing it involves a lot more people. I've had concerns, as many people have, about growth in the community, and I get it. We can't have a no-growth Longmont. But there was something about the boutique hotel that just kind of pushed me over. I look at every corner I pass, and it's got development, and I say, okay, that's okay, it's one more, we got to do it. Something about the hotel downtown just pushed me over to be able to express my concerns. The 3 main concerns I have are increased traffic, decrease in available parking. My husband and I used to go downtown a lot for dinner on Saturday night. We no longer do that. It is just too hard to find a parking place, and I'm assuming the addition of a hotel down there won't really help. I also wonder about if there's a law enforcement, emergency response per capita criteria that is ever considered in development. In other words, how many police officers, emergency response, and fire department members are available for the increase in population. What kind of cost-benefit analysis is done? And I actually, this is one sentence out of the online role of mayor and council members are the leaders and policymakers in the community elected to represent various segments of the community and to concentrate on policy issues that are responsive to residents' needs and wishes. And that's the piece that I'd like to make sure stays on the radar screen when these decisions are made on new developers coming in. I know it's hard to measure things like happiness, comfort, feeling of safety, not as easy as income and that kind of thing, but it's still a part of the council's responsibility to take into account those softer issues, like how do people feel about living there. And I ask you to not lose sight of those less tangible things, like how people feel about living here and just their happiness scale about the community when issues like parking and traffic and those kinds of things, I think impact all of us as a quality of life issue. And I ask you, I forgot to say my name and address, I'm sorry. I ask you as a member of the community to not lose sight of that. Do you want my name?
Sure.
Okay, I'm sorry. Cheryl Brown, 847 Tanager Circle in Longmont.
Thank you, Cheryl.
Thank you for your time.
Christmas McGilcray. I really screwed that up, Chris, sorry. McGilray. I apologize.
That's okay. Chris McGilvray, 733 Glen Arbor Circle. Mayor Peck, City Council, it's an honor to be here today. Thank you all for your service to our great city. On behalf of the LDDA board, we are enthusiastically in support of the Downtown Hotel project. This is a type of project that's been a vision for our community and our downtown for so many years. You know, I go back to 11 years ago when my wife and I were vetting Longmont to open a business of our own in the downtown. And the first thing I saw online was a study known as the First and Main Revitalization Study. And that really got me excited about the bold vision that we had as a town and as a downtown. And the next thing I looked at was our website, and I found the LDDA master plan that was written in 1995. And what was really encouraging for me is the collaborative effort of how many people were involved in this master plan. And at the very top was a need for lodging in our downtown. And I fell in love with Longmont, and I opened a business in Longmont. And I eventually moved to Longmont. Now I work in Longmont, I live in Longmont, I eat in Longmont, I do everything in Longmont. And so in 2017, I eventually was joined the LDDA board and was a leader in looking at our master plan again. So we revitalized it, did the whole community engagement process like we did in 1995. I was stunned at the consistency around lodging being a glaring top priority that came out of that. The stakeholders from business owners, property owners, residents, it was shocking. And so there's a clear need for lodging in our downtown. And at our most recent LDDA board retreat, we always review our master plan, and surprise, surprise, lodging right at the top. And so this project is consistent with Envision Longmont. It's consistent with Advanced Longmont 2.0 as shared. You'll hear about the 10-year forecast projections, the revenue that this project is going to bring, the jobs that this project is going to bring, the character, the vibrancy. It's going to add over $108 million in economic growth just from tourism. And we all understand how significant tourism dollars are in helping to boost our city economically and culturally. Building a thriving and sustainable economy in Longmont requires strong vision and the necessary infrastructure to make it easy for both local and visitors to do business with us. So since this announcement last week, there's been strong support along with some real concerns, mainly related to parking. I've heard a lot of concern about parking, and we understand this concern. And I want to ensure the community and the city council that the LDDA is actively looking towards parking solutions, real solutions. We recently conducted a parking study, one of many in the past, and we're awaiting the results to determine accurate availability, usage, and a need. This is one of several studies that we've conducted.
Thank you, Chris.
Thank you for your support.
Stephen South.
Good evening, council. Thank you for your service. Thanks for all you guys do every week. I don't know how you go through these meetings all the time.
Name and address, please.
Stephen South. My address is 3507 Lakeview Circle. So I'm the owner of 316-318 Main Street. I'm here on behalf of myself as well as my neighbor, Doug Van Riper, who owns 300 Main Street. Doug cannot be here this evening, but he did ask that I share his written statement. I can share that with you now. Longmont City Council, Downtown Development Authority, November 14th, 2022. I'm writing to wholeheartedly endorse the proposed hotel on the 300 East surface lot on Kimbark Street, which sits adjacent to my property at 300 Main. I first became involved with this area of downtown in 1995 when I signed a lease to own and manage the Dickens Restaurant at 300 Main Street. At the time, a major selling point for me was a prospective business tenant was the downtown master plan adopted that year by both LDDA and City Council, which included a planned hotel in this lot. Needless to say, my hopes were never realized while I operated the restaurant and banquet facility in 2009. I was again somewhat hopeful in 2017 when City Council and LDDA again endorsed the concept of a hotel, but I limited my expectations. I felt an economic engine this valuable for my tenants and my property was simply an idea too good to be true. I was thrilled last week to hear of the commitment by Thrash Group to build and manage a fantastic new hotel and look forward to the speedy approval and building of this long overdue facility. It is my understanding that some citizens are concerned with parking availability in the area. I would counter that it is currently far too easy to park, both in the lots and the surrounding streets. Full parking spaces and surface lots are a very healthy situation for a business and a business district, or for businesses and a business district. Let's make downtown an area where customers are happy they can walk a block or two to their favorite businesses because of the vibrancy of the neighborhood and its businesses. I urge you to approve this hotel plan without delay. Thank you, Doug Van Riper. I've read through some of his words, obviously, a few times. I can't find anything I really disagree with. I think parking is very easy downtown. I park there every day. In fact, I don't think I usually have such an easy time parking in downtown areas in other towns. I do think that this, in my personal opinion, this hotel is going to block out the sunlight and the sky from my little east-facing office, which I'm not really super particularly thrilled about. But when I consider the impact it'll have on our small business community, I think it should not be challenged.
Thank you, Stephen. Jacob Loss.
Hi, everyone. Name is Jacob Loss. I live at 533 Emery Street. To put things simply, I am here to voice my support for Vision Zero and immediate action for pedestrian and cyclist safety within Longmont, as well as support for the development on 3rd and Kimbark for the hotel. To start off with Vision Zero, I cycle every single day to work. I've only lived in Longmont for about a year. Within that time, I have nearly been hit 4 times on Main Street. I have been scraped by cars twice on 2nd and Main. Now, luckily, I'm fairly good at cycling. I don't get hurt very often. But it takes one car to kill me. And it takes one car to kill any single person on those roads. By joining Vision Zero, the council and the city can hopefully promote cyclist safety, promote multimodal transportation, and promote a better way to live without needing to have a car and not the threat of being injured or even killed by cars in our city. Along with the gentleman over there who mentioned all of the social benefits of joining Vision Zero and making pedestrian and multimodal transportation a priority, there's also a number of things that it does for our economics. Walking, people drive our community, people drive our economy, not cars. Along with the development, the potential to lose parking spaces is an unfortunate part of that development. However, by promoting a multimodal transportation, we can solve that by allowing people to get to our downtown area without driving. Hopefully that makes sense, but I'm rambling a bit. Brain does that. But by promoting multimodal transportation, joining Vision Zero, our downtown can become more thriving by encouraging more walking and more business shopping by people walking down, because people drive business, not cars. As well as joining Vision Zero, I'd like to point out that the most important part of Vision Zero and pedestrian safety in general is infrastructure, not enforcement. I know many people have mentioned police and enforcement of traffic laws. That is not the most important part of it. The most important part of it is making sure that drivers are incentivized to drive safely through infrastructure. The reason being is that our police cannot enforce everywhere. They cannot be everywhere at once. They are not always there to prevent an accident. Infrastructure is always there. So I'd like to emphasize that we focus on infrastructure, we emphasize zoning, and we emphasize traffic calming and other measures. Thank you, everyone.
Jacob. Charles Taylor.
Charles Taylor, 309 Meeker Place. I'm in a Longmont group, Longmont's Inner Circle. A group member had made a post about why in Longmont, 6 out of the last 10 sex offenders have had work release and 0 jail time. In response to that, Cheyenne said, yes, please keep these people far away from me and make them work, please. They do deserve to work off their crimes and not to be freeloading. Marsha Martin, how is that any different from not wanting persons of color living next door to you? You know, white folks used to say black men couldn't be trusted living next to white people.
Charles, address the chair, please.
I am.
The mayor, not the...
I'm allowed to look at whoever I want. This is Charlie out of 1. So I'd like that time back, please. You don't compare black people to sex offenders. One group of person did something vile to be hated. One group of person was born. That is all they did. They were born. That is disgusting. The next comment, I made a post because there was a lot of people defending Marsha Martin's statement. I noticed some people left the group after my last post. If you think sex offenders have a right to parks, churches, schools, or even society, you are a blank person. I am not anti-homeless. I am anti the sex offender transient hub Longmont has turned into. Waylon was offended because he has multiple family members on that list. If you think I'm wrong, this is not the spot for you. Marsha Martin, I guess I am a shitty human being, Goodbye. You are.
Point of order. Point of order. I'm sorry.
I'm
It's against
reading
our
her words.
I know, but it's against our charter. You have to address the chair, and out of respect for our rules and procedures, please address the chair.
I'm not breaking any laws. I'm not going to abide by
No,
that
but it's
policy.
part of our
I'm
norms.
continuing.
It is part of our
Am I at a
norms.
1 right now? You've dealt with me. This is the most respectful and calm I have ever been. True or false? True or false?
One of it, but you don't address, you address the chair.
The
Okay.
chair, not our council
I
members.
want that time back since I was really taken away. Or I'll be removed in handcuffs. Next, I made a comment about Biscuit Mike's restaurant here in Longmont that defended that statement. I made a review. Marsha Martin went on a website and blasted my name to hundreds of thousands of people in the state of Colorado. And then her last statement directed at me was, Charlie's mother must have been scared by a pedophile while he was in the womb. Again, disgusting. You don't know my life. You don't know why I have these feelings. And the person that let my son get in trouble was deported out of this country. And I promise you, for your disgusting comments, you will lose that seat. I promise. I will write a legal line and I will destroy you legally. You are a vile human being.
Tamara and Blake Hendricks.
Good evening. My name is Tamar Hendricks. This is Blake Hendricks, my husband, and we live at 914 3rd Avenue. We own Crackpots and the building that it is housed in at 505 Main Street. Crackpots has been in business in Longmont for over 22 years. We have also lived in the same home for over 23 years, and it is located 4 blocks west of the proposed hotel. We love this community with all our hearts, and we only want the best for downtown and Longmont. We are 100% in favor of the Hotel Longmont project. We're excited about it, and we think our downtown has had the need for a hotel like this for a very long time. We realize that some businesses might be concerned about how the construction will affect business, but we've had heavy construction directly behind Crackpots for the past 2 years, and we want you all to know that the city staff and contractors were super accommodating and great to work with. Even with the construction, we have experienced record business activity. There are so many things to be up in arms about in the world, but this hotel doesn't have to be one of them. Here we have a legitimate investor with a track record in successful hotel management who has been dazzled by Longmont, wants to learn more about our community, and is ready to invest. I think we need to welcome them just as this wonderful community welcomed us 22 years ago. In the long view, a hotel in downtown will benefit residents, visitors, downtown, and Longmont in general. Again, we're strongly in favor of this project. Feel free to contact us if you want more on our perspective. Thank you.
Thank you. Jerry Walther. Sure.
Hi, good evening, and thank you for all you do. My name is Jerry Walther, and I live at 1305 Spruce Avenue, just down the street from the proposed Bond Farm development. I would first like to thank our councilperson, Marsha Martin, for responding so quickly and thoroughly to the questions that I had for her. Thank you very much. Our group, the Bond Farm Neighbors, has been meeting regularly since late August, when we all received the notification from the city of an online meeting about the proposed development on the Bond Farm property. Since then, we have developed, created, and distributed almost 200 flyers, some of which I bring to you tonight. On behalf of our group, there are several of us who have made a concerted effort to contact all our neighbors from Sunset to Bowen and from 3rd to 1st Avenues by knocking on doors, speaking to them, and leaving our flyers. I personally have spoken with over 50 residents of Bond Farm, and they almost unanimously feel the development proposed is too large and is incompatible with our neighborhood. People are concerned that inserting a development of this size onto the Bond Farm property will seriously degrade the quality of life in our neighborhood for all its present and future residents. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Lance Whitaker?
National Day it is. My name's Lance Whitaker, 1750 Collier Street. I've been a resident for over 40 years now. Today is National Bun Cake Day. It is also National Recycle Day, so I would encourage everybody sitting today to go through your closets and donate a coat and recycle that old coat. It is also, I hate to remind you, National Clean Out Your Refrigerator Day. So chores need to be getting done tonight. I also like to put in just a little word on the hotel. Being a 40-year resident, I do appreciate anything you can do to bring in tourism into Longmont and out of Loveland. I see a 4-star hotel with a restaurant on top and say, yummy, yummy for my tummy. I just hope that you would also consider my hospitality bill or license so that those tourists have a place to smoke cannabis. Again, I would like to have mayor and council direct the staff to bring in an ordinance for House Bill 191230. Thank you, Mayor and Council, for your time.
Taylor Wickland.
Evening, Council, Mayor. My name's Taylor Wickland. I live at 1704 Short Place. I'm here for 2 items. First, as I witnessed already, I trust this council will do the right thing and direct the city to create an action plan for Vision Zero. It is long overdue that we to approve the downtown hotel development project. I understand people have been concerned about the supposed lack of parking and a feeling that downtown does not need a hotel. On the contrary, I have worked as the downtown landscaper for the last 5 years, and I've never had an issue with parking. In fact, parking is often just across the street, half a block away, or literally right behind you. Secondly, just looking at the projected revenue numbers of the downtown hotel, this project is a no-brainer. After all, the majority of revenue will come from tourism, and those people spending money in the city is outside money. With the added revenue, we can then focus our attention to afford more staff to implement new parks, programs such as Vision Zero, more trees, attainable housing, more protected bike infrastructure, etc. How do we repair our current infrastructure qualms? How do we promote walkability or the 15-minute city? How do we tackle climate change? We need revenue. And for all the listed projects within the city and this hotel, will generate a tremendous amount of revenue, considering this development does not take up very much land. This city actually needs more of this smart development that generates revenue without being surrounded by a large, oversized parking lot. Lastly, just think, this project will be a great start to the walkable, bikeable, transit-friendly community envisioned in the steam and sugar mill development projects that this very council is advocating for. These projects make me personally excited for the future of Longmont, so keep it up.
Thank you, Taylor. John Lawton? Pardon me? Loughran. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
Hello, my name is John Lochran, and I live at 220 Sherman. And first of all, I wanted to just thank everyone for listening to the residents at Sherman and addressing the safety issue at 3rd and Sherman. And it is much, much improved. So, right on, thank you. Unfortunately, we're now faced with another development that's going to impact the people on Sherman. And I made a graphic, and I will share this with you briefly, but it helps me kind of clarify my thoughts. I don't know if that's visible at all to you, but this is 3rd Street North being up, Bond Farm down here. This is Sherman. But the way it's currently aligned, the project is calling for Sherman Street to be the main conduit in. It's a direct run. Whereas there's an entrance and exit off of Grant Street, but that requires a little bit of a jog. So therefore, that would be another couple of turns for anybody to come in there. So if somebody were coming down, North Sherman and went that way, they'd have to go 2 more turns. But once somebody is coming down from Hover on 3rd, the easiest way to go would be just down Sherman, and you have 1 turn on the Sherman and straight through. Same if someone's coming off of Main Street or I-25, you could just come right down here, make a left on Sherman, and you're in. So my main concern is that it's not equitable. So out of that whole development project, I am projecting that Sherman would have the largest net increase in traffic, and therefore not being equitable. But also, my house is over 100 years old. I have there's a number of people that have horse hitching posts out front. So that infrastructure is 100+ years old, as you've heard earlier. And I don't know if it's 70 units, 2 cars each, that's close to 150 cars, and then 2 trips a day. That's like 300 trips a day going up to Longmont High School or wherever. And I would ask you not to allow the majority of that traffic to go up Sherman because it's unsafe and unequitable. Thank you very much.
Thank you, John. Kim Manajek? Manier? Oh, you're our museum person. I'm sorry, I didn't know how to pronounce your last name.
No problem whatsoever. Hi, I'm Kim Manajay. I am the director at the Longmont Museum, but I'm here tonight actually representing Visit Longmont. I'm the vice chair of the Visit Longmont board. And I just want to make sure to relay the feelings and thoughts of the board of Visit Longmont. We've discussed the hotel project, and we are all very enthusiastic in support of this project. We've been talking for years now about sort of how we bring in different tours and different meeting places and different conferences and things like that. And there's really nothing in the city at this point that is sort of like this in the marketplace. So it's a missing need that we are very enthusiastic about bringing in. So I just want to relay to all of you that Visit Longmont is very supportive of this project.
Thank you, Kim. Mark Danielson?
Thank you, Mayor, council members. My name is Mark Danielson. There we are. My name is Mark Danielson. My wife Annie and I own the St. Vrain at 635 3rd Avenue. We also live at 251 Lincoln Street, about 4 blocks away. And while I will talk another time about the Bond Farm fiasco, I'd like to speak tonight in favor of this terrific hotel project. As owners of the St. Vrain, we host every weekend of the year, probably 300 to 500 people, 95% of whom are from out of town, many of whom need a place to stay. Many of them are new to Longmont. We encourage them to go to Hover, to Ken Pratt to find a place to stay. Unfortunately, many of our clients this summer were unable to find blocks of rooms in those hotels because there were no vacancies. And so we were forced to push them on toward a sister city who will remain unnamed but rhymes with shoulder, which is always discouraging to us because we are in love with Longmont, and in particular with downtown Longmont. And in our minds, the best thing that we can do as the St. Vrain is offer to our clients a place that they can walk after an evening of celebrating, where they can safely walk, and being 1 block away, we love the idea of a hotel where they can enjoy and then spend their weekend spending their money for breakfast, lunch, dinner in Old Town Longmont. And so we heartily endorse and 100% love the idea of a boutique hotel and encourage you to throw your support behind it. Thank you for a moment of your time.
Thank you, Mark. Sharon O'Leary.
Good evening, Council. Sharon O'Leary, 534 Emery Street. Although the idea of a mixed-use business with a parking option at 3rd and Kimbark is needed, an 85-room hotel is not a viable option for Longmont citizens. Presently, this parking lot is at capacity the majority of the time, serving downtown customer, library patrons, city civic patrons, as well as some employee parking. This is not even taking into account special events. The hotel proposal will provide 65 parking spots for the hotel, 75 spaces for Longmont citizens wanting access to goods and services. This does not even address the present parking problem, but rather significantly creates a larger problem for the surrounding neighborhoods. A hotel has a substantial workforce. Where will they park? 65 spots for employees and patrons using the hotel amenities? Employees will park on residential streets, thus displacing the parking problems onto the neighborhoods. Longmont's poor public transportation infrastructure provides employees with limited options as well as patrons. And why does Longmont have to offer monetary incentives to build an impacting project that will add to our parking dilemma? Here are a few examples of daily parking impacts within a neighborhood. Families are not able to park near their homes. Parents with young children, distance makes a difference. Multiple grocery bags, distance makes a difference. Friends and family visiting, distance makes a difference. Illness and lack of mobility, distance makes a difference. Finally, when cars are parked in the neighborhood, they do not allow the street sweepers to do their job. They swing around the parked cars, leaving leaves and debris in the gutter for winter freeze, causing water flow problems. A neighborhood that's lined with large old trees. A hotel is not a viable option, and I would ask that you not support this option and look for a better business partner. If hotels are needed, why did you let Best Western leave and turn it into a housing project rather than putting money to build that already built infrastructure into something viable for Longmont? Parking in our neighborhood is available when LDDA works with the employers to address our neighborhood concerns. When that laxes off, parking problems increase. All that I ask is that neighborhoods and downtown should all have equal rights. I love downtown, and a viable downtown is needed, but so are strong neighborhoods. They make Longmont what Longmont is. Again, I would just like to thank you for your time that you put into being council members.
Thank you, Sharon. Let's take a 5-minute break before we do the readings on first ordinance. Yeah. Yes, that was, oh, I'm sorry. Public invited to be heard is closed. So anyone who would like to make a last statement, please step up. But seeing no one, we're going to take a 5-minute break. What? Which one are you doing?
I'm doing.
Okay, we've all taken our seats up here, so we're ready to continue on ordinances on first reading. Can I ask the clerk to read these ordinances into the record?
Ordinance on the consent agenda will be set for second reading and public hearing on November 29th, 2022, unless noted differently on a specific ordinance. Item 9A is ordinance 2022-47, a bill for an ordinance making additional appropriations for expenses and liabilities of the city of Longmont for the fiscal year beginning January 1, 2022. Item 9B, the next three ordinances adopt updated electric and wastewater rates and update CARES rebates. Public hearing and second reading on the following three rate and rebate ordinances will be held on December 20th, 2022. Ordinance 2022-48, a bill for an ordinance amending Title 14.32 of the Longmont Municipal Code on rates and regulations governing electric service. Ordinance 2022-49, a bill for an ordinance amending Chapter 14.08 of the Longmont Municipal Code on sewer user charges. Ordinance 2022-50, a bill for an ordinance amending Chapter 4.08 of the Longmont Municipal Code on city rebates. Item 9C is Ordinance 2022-51, a bill for an ordinance repealing Chapter 4.93 of the Longmont Municipal Code to close the raw water storage reserve fund. Item 9D is Ordinance 2022-52, a bill for an ordinance amending 14.04 of the Longmont Municipal Code on the Windy Gap surcharge. Item 9E is Ordinance 2022-53, a bill for an ordinance amending sections 4.04.090 and 4.04.290 of the Longmont Municipal Code on sales and use tax exemption for certain retail delivery fees and carryout bag fees enacted by the state of Colorado. Item 9F is Ordinance 2022-54, a bill for an ordinance amending Chapter 15.04 of the Longmont Municipal Code on use-specific standards. Item 9G is Resolution 2022-157, a resolution of the Longmont City Council approving the intergovernmental agreement to collaborate in operating a Pathways in Technology Early Child High School between the City of Longmont State Frayne School District RE1J, the State of Colorado Department of Higher Education on behalf of Front Range Community College, as well as non-governmental nonprofit contract parties, the Longmont Chamber of Commerce, the Longmont Economic Development Partnership, the Longmont Downtown Development Authority, and Cámara de Comercio Latina del Condado, Boulder Latino Chamber of Commerce of Boulder County. Item 9H is Resolution 2022-158, a resolution of the Longmont City Council approving the intergovernmental agreement between the city and New Mexico State University for educational programs for students enrolled in social work programs at New Mexico State University. Item 9I is Resolution 2022-159, a resolution of the Council of the City of Longmont, Colorado, finding that the petition for annexation of certain parcels of land located in Boulder County, State of Colorado, known as the Westview Acres annexation, generally located in the southeast quarter of Section 18 Township 2 North, Range 69 west of the 6th PM, substantially complies with Colorado Revised Statutes Section 31-12-107 subsection 1. Item 9J is Resolution 2022-160, a resolution of the Longmont City Council approving the intergovernmental agreement between the city and the Longmont Housing Authority to provide funding for security cameras at Longmont Housing Authority properties through the 2022 Community Development Block Grant Program. Item 9K is Resolution 2022-161, a resolution of the Longmont City Council approving the intergovernmental agreement between the city and the Longmont Housing Authority to repair parking lots and improved accessibility through the 2022 Community Development Block Grant Program. Item 9L is Resolution 2022-162, a resolution of the Longmont City Council approving the intergovernmental agreement between the city and the Longmont Housing Authority to provide funding for the Aspen Meadows Playground Replacement Project through the 2022 Community Development Block Grant Program. Item 9M is Resolution 2022-163, a resolution of the Longmont City Council approving the intergovernmental agreement between the city and Boulder County to provide funding for the 2022 Financial and Housing Council and Personal Finance Coaching Program through the 2022 Community Development Block Grant Program. 9N is Resolution 2022-164, a resolution of the Longmont City Council approving the intergovernmental agreement between the city and the state of Colorado for grant funding for the development of an early childhood hub. Item 9O is Resolution 2022-165, a resolution of the Longmont City Council approving the intergovernmental agreement between the City of Longmont and the United States Geological Survey to provide steam flow gauges on the Boulder, Left Hand, and St. Vrain Creeks. And item 9P is Resolution 2022-166, a resolution of the Longmont City Council to approve a gift from the Stewart Family Foundation for capital improvements at the Longmont Museum.
Thank you. And staff would like to pull 9G. They're going to substitute a corrected resolution. So I would like to move the consent agenda minus 9G. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't see you. Councilman Waters. Yeah, it's not giving me the, there we go.
Thanks, Mayor Peck. I'd like to pull items 9I and 9P from the consent agenda.
And I apologize for not seeing you sooner.
That's all right.
So do you want to move that consent agenda then?
I'll move the consent agenda with 9I, 9P, and 9G removed, or deleted, not deleted, removed.
I'll second that. Let's vote. And that passes unanimously. So I need a motion at this point for, to substitute. That's right. I'm sorry. Where is my? So we're immediately on ordinances on second reading and public hearing on any matter. The first ordinance is 2022-44, a bill for an ordinance amending Chapter 15.05, Section 15.05.080 of the Longmont Municipal Code on street parking, stacking, and loading. So we have a presentation on this.
Unless you don't want one, unless you just have questions. But I'd be happy to make one. It'll only take a few minutes.
Go ahead.
All right. Thank you. Mayor, members of council, my name is Ben Ortiz. I'm a transportation planner in the Transportation Planning Department. Tonight, for your consideration, we'll be looking at an ordinance which would amend 15.05.080 of the Longmont Municipal Code, the Land Development Code specifically related to parking, stacking, and loading. Oh, sure. Thank you. Oh, thank you. Excellent. Thank you very much. Okay, let's see. Next. So the reason why we're here is that back in 2019, the Main Street Corridor Plan was approved by City Council, and it had a number of policy recommendations within it. And one of those was to amend the parking section of the Land Development Code. And so, as I noted earlier, that it relates to section 1505-080, parking, stacking, and loading. We did make a presentation to City Council on August 16th at a zero reading, and the first reading of the ordinance took place on October 25th. So basically, there's just a few things that this particular ordinance would do. It would convert the required minimum number of parking spaces for multifamily developments to maximum allowed parking, and that would be only in the mixed-use corridor and mixed-use downtown zoning districts, which encompasses pretty much the Main Street corridor. It would also disallow parking lots to front Main Street in the mixed-use corridor and mixed-use downtown districts for new developments. But it also would clarify that at least one space is still required for each affordable unit in zoning districts outside the mixed-use corridor and mixed-use downtown districts. So the purpose of the amendment, as you know, the Main Street corridor is intended to be a vibrant, mixed-use, denser, transit-rich corridor, and eliminating the minimum parking requirement, what it does is it reduces the bottom line cost of developments, and in doing so, it can give developers a little bit more flexibility to build more units and perhaps lower rents. Some of the other things it could do is provide the developer the opportunity to do other things in place of building parking spaces. They could provide more open space or more amenities, more units perhaps. And then so finally, the proposed changes that do align with some national data with respect to parking and multifamily developments. We also commissioned a multifamily parking study in Longmont last year. We had a master's student from CU Denver go out and do a number of parking counts late in the evening at a few different developments. And what he found is that the city of Longmont has traditionally been asking for a lot of parking, a lot more parking than what's been required to serve those developments. So one of the concerns I think we're hearing is that, well, what about spillover parking? So one of the things we did not touch in this particular ordinance is Section 7 of the parking ordinance. And Section 7 relates to alternative parking plans. So if we can foresee that there are going to be some negative impacts to surrounding neighborhoods, we can initiate and require the alternative parking plan from the developer, and then we can require them to initiate mitigation measures, up to including requiring them to provide more parking. So with that, I'd be happy to take your questions.
Councilors have any questions? Seeing none, thank you, Ben.
Thank you.
I would like to open the public hearing on ordinance 2022-44. Is there anybody from the public that would like to speak on this ordinance? Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing. Can I have a motion to pass this ordinance? Okay, it's been moved by Councilor Martin, seconded by Councilor Waters. Let's vote. That carries unanimously. Thank you. 2022-45 is a bill for an ordinance amending the historic landmark designation of the Carlson Farm located at 1901 South Main Street. Do we have a presentation? It looks like we do.
All right, there we go. Yes, I do have a brief presentation. Jennifer Hewitt-Apperson, Planning and Development, also the staff liaison to the Historic Preservation Commission. So this evening we are considering a proposed amendment to the landmark amendment for the Carlson Farm. Specifically, the amendment is being sought to specify that it applies to a portion of the property rather than the current larger property. And I'll add that the Historic Preservation Commission recommended approval of this amendment at their September 1st meeting. So just in terms of location, this is at the southwest corner of Pike and Main Street. It's a 1 acre site consisting of 6 structures. It was designated a local landmark in '97, and effectively, this is a housekeeping item. The landmark designation currently applies to the larger property as opposed to just the historic structures. The applicant is in the process of seeking subdivision of this property, and so just from a cleanup standpoint, wants to make it clear that the landmark designation only applies to a portion of the site. This proposed relocation of existing properties or existing structures on the property, this relocation plan was approved in 2021 by the Historic Preservation Commission. It was a larger certificate of appropriateness that was approved with 2 conditions, that they would need to submit some design guidelines for the proposed new development, and additionally, it was approved to move these historic structures. So this is the proposed relocation plan that was approved in 2021. So as noted, the applicant is seeking to basically separate the landmark designation. It currently applies to the entire acre property. And if you look on here, this is a draft of the plat being proposed where the landmark designation would be specifically applied to this particular lot where the existing farmhouse is currently located, and some additional buildings on the property would be relocated to this section as approved by the Historic Preservation Commission last year. So as I noted, the Historic Preservation Commission did recommend approval of this landmark amendment, and I do have the applicant on hand to answer any questions. He does have some slides as well, but it's at your pleasure as far as you would like, as far as whether you would like a presentation or questions only.
Okay, are there any questions by council? I do have one. Sure. I didn't understand it. So they're not moving the farmhouse. They want to move the outbuildings to the same plat that the farmhouse is on.
Correct.
Okay.
So this is, let's go back over here. So basically you've got a barn and a garage that are currently on the other portion of the property, and they would be moved over to the same portion of the property where the house currently is. So the house is not going anywhere.
Oh, okay. Thank you for clarifying that. So I'd like to open the public hearing on this ordinance. Is there anybody in the public that would like to speak to this ordinance? Seeing none, I close the public hearing. Can I have a motion on 2022-45?
So moved.
It's been moved by Mayor Pro Tem Rodriguez, seconded by Councilor Hidalgo Faring. Let's vote. And that passes unanimously. Thank you for the presentation.
Thank you very much.
So the third ordinance is a bill for an ordinance amending, it's 2022-46, a bill for an ordinance amending Title 10, Chapter 10.36 of the Longmont Municipal Code regarding offenses related to marijuana. There is no staff report on this, so I'm going to open the public hearing on ordinance 2022-46. Is there anyone from the public that would like to speak to this ordinance? Seeing one, are there any questions from council? Seeing none, can I have a motion to pass this ordinance? It's been moved by Councilor Martin, seconded by Councilor Yarbrough. Let's vote. And that passes unanimously. Now we're on items that are removed from the consent agenda. And I will turn this over to Councilor Waters, since you... Sure, that would be great. So 9G is the resolution approving the intergovernmental agreement to collaborate in operating a Pathways in Technology Early College High School. Boy, I'm having a hard time talking tonight, and I apologize for that. We need to make a motion to substitute the resolution 9G for the new resolution. Can I have a motion for that substitution?
Second.
So that substitution for the resolution has been moved by Councilor Waters, seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Rodriguez. Let's vote. That passes unanimously. And I will make a second motion to adopt the new resolution that we just substituted. So that has been seconded by Councilor Waters. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, let's vote. Let's just have a hand vote on this one. All those in favor? All those opposed? Thank you. We are now at the general business part of our agenda. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead. Councilor Waters.
Thanks, Mayor Peck. So just a couple of quick questions. And I see Jack in the audience, and I don't know if Jack's the right person to respond, or Glenn, if you would. But let me start here. The first time this came to us,
Excuse me, which one are you referring to?
9I.
9I.
Item 9, the annexation. The first time, and this is not just the resolution to advance, right? This is the first reading to actually approve the annexation.
Mayor Peck, Councilmember Waters, this is just to make a finding per state statutes that the petition is accurate and that the annexation is eligible for annexation. It does nothing as far as annexation of the property. So the ordinances will come back at this point in time. We anticipate December.
The first time we've seen, this will be the third time we've seen this application.
Okay.
As I recall, first time, it just kind of sat there and never got a motion or a second, right?
Correct.
So it failed, or, it just sat there. The applicant reconceptualized, came back, and we approved we approved it to the next step, right? Which is to assure compliance, which is where we are now.
Technically, you referred it for our review, so the city
referred it for your
staff
review.
could start review.
So here's my question. But one of the, in the early discussions here, one of, at least a concern I had, I don't know about others, was the density or lack of it on this parcel. And I know the applicant, when he came back with the second submission, there were more units per acre, which we saw in the concept plan. There was no concept plan included with the materials for tonight. There was a vicinity map, there was plating, no concept plan. So I would like to know, has the concept plan changed? Or is it the same number of units that we saw when we referred it for your review, or has that changed since then?
Councilman Waters, I'm going to let Jack answer the question of whether or not the numbers have changed. I don't remember what the numbers were when they brought it back to the second time for the referral.
Okay.
Mayor Jack Bestall, Bestall Collaborative, representing this project. Mayor, members of the council, Councilman Waters, we had, when we brought it back for referral, we had 24 units, which was more than prior.
Yeah.
And we'd also run a model to make sure that we have sustainability in terms of paying its way. When we went through the neighborhood process, the concept plan that is now, that will be before you, if this proceeds, has 22 units. And that was in an effort to respond to the neighborhood and organize the plan as compatibly as possible. It still is sustainable and pays its way.
To the concern was the adjacent neighborhood.
That's correct.
And how much density or lack of it is in that neighborhood.
Right.
So and I don't expect, Jack, maybe you do have the answer. One of the concerns at the time, and I'd asked the staff, not just on this one, I had the same question on the parcel north of 66. I can't remember who the applicant was, a home builder. And the question at that time, and you and I have chatted about this, about the kind of the 50-year financial analysis, right? So you're going to pay for the initial infrastructure. You're going to deed that over or dedicate it to the city. It's interesting that neighborhood next to you may end up covering part of the cost of maintenance of that infrastructure over the next 50 years. And this is not your concern, but it is, I think, should be a concern for the council, all councils, and that is when we do this, when we annex and we're going to approve, and I'm going to vote for this. I support what you're doing. I think you do a great job, but I think the point here I want to make is we never see a 50-year analysis of the cost of maintenance of this kind of a project and the cost of maintaining that infrastructure because it's 50 years from now, somebody's going to be paying for the replacement or the updating of that infrastructure. And whether or not it's sustainable or who pays for that has everything to do, I think, at least initially or partially, with the kind of density, right? That you got enough units to pay not just for the property taxes to maintain it, but what it's going to take over the next 50 years. And we never see that. And that's not for you to deliver, but I guess I'm looking at Harold wondering, is that ever going to be something that I know we do some 30-year analyses. I just don't think that's the kind of horizon that councils and taxpayers over the long run, I think whoever's making these decisions needs to make those with concern or, consideration of those taxpayers 50 years from now who are going to be paying for the replacement.
Yeah, let me chat with the engineers, because it's really the water, wastewater lines in the streets that we're talking about, and see what we can do. I think the ROI piece is a little more interesting in terms of they're paying what the impact is today to the point what is that in the future, and then reconciling that against what do we obtain from those property owners via sales tax. That's the piece that we'll have to.
I realize there's more than just
just property tax.
It's what that community does, or the residents of that neighborhood will do over time in terms of contributing to the whole economic, health of the community.
Right.
But I'm going to say again, I've said it. This is not new, right? That I've asked about this. Jack, so I at some point in time, it would be nice to see that kind of analysis as part of this package. Jack, a question for you is, at one time there was in the Longmont ordinance, I don't know if it was a requirement, but the opportunity for an applicant to kind of lay out what are the exceptional benefits to the community. And I'm looking at what the attachment was to that amendment, or to that ordinance from years ago, from 1999, and a set of bulleted ideas, that were included in that ordinance. And I know, because we've had this conversation about other properties that you own and that you're developing, and you've been very mindful and intentional about exceptional benefits that you've designed into those proposals. Does this one bring exceptional benefits? For at least from your perspective, and if so, what might those be?
Well, I think it's only exceptional in that we've tried to find the balance between a new project and the surrounding neighborhood. So the neighborhood is RSF, residential, so it could be 1 to 8 units per acre. We know that this is a large lot neighborhood, and typically they probably are not carrying, they're not paying their way in terms of infrastructure, they may be in terms of sales tax.
Yep.
And that's a balance. So what we tried to do was kind of zero it in to find where is that compatibility we can, in terms of the plan itself. And in that regard, we know that this will help contribute to the overall infrastructure of the area in terms of paying its way and paying a little bit more. So I don't know that that's, I would call that exceptional. I would call that kind of a baseline. You know, it's the plan itself is good because it doesn't have any through traffic through the neighborhood. And there's a series of items. It meets the Envision Longmont plan. But those are, I think, baseline in terms of what the council expects. It has 22 units. There are 2 homes existing there that we intend to repurpose and make them, in other words, renovate and keep them. That's a sustainability aspect to it.
Those were Kanemoto family
No,
residences.
this would be on the west side. So these were, we had 2 individual
okay.
properties. Yeah, we had, I know,
Yeah, that's right.
we're,
Yeah,
we
yeah,
got dueling banjos here, but we have, so we intend to keep that. The neighbors were concerned about that. They didn't feel like they passed muster in terms of the standard of the surrounding neighborhood. We believe that they have the bones to become decent homes. You know, I think that's, you know, I'm not gonna say that it's super innovative. It's not some of the things that we have done in other places, but we felt the fit was appropriate in this case, and it could be sustainable and pay its way.
All right. Thanks. I'll move approval of Resolution 2022-159.
Moved by Counselor Waters, seconded by Counselor Martin. Let's vote. So that passes unanimously. Counselor Waters?
Thanks, Mayor Peck. I would like to make a speech. I won't. But I do have some comments to make, and then just to signal the council an intent. I want to just personally acknowledge the generosity of the Stewart Family Foundation. This $1 million is on top of so many other expressions of generosity, donations to the city in so many different ways, from what they're doing with the library to what they've invested in the museum and what they're doing in a number of other areas. So I want to be just on record in terms of expressing that appreciation. Here are the other comments that I wish that, I mean, their generosity has been so obvious in terms of the museum, the library, and how they invest in early childhood programs. I just wish our willingness was and our commitment to investing in the museum was as transparent and as obvious as the foundations. We approved a $64 million 2023 CIP budget. And for reasons we all understand, there was not a dollar in it for the museum in 2023. And the foundation, in addition to this $1 million, put $50,000 into hiring the services of an architect to make certain that the museum's comprehensive plan aligned with Envision Longmont. The museum just supported what would be a matching grant. As I recall, Kim, is this right? For $1 million, it's a 4-to-1 match. If you can put up $1 million and we're successful, it'd be a $4 million grant. Is that correct?
Good evening, Council, Mayor Peck. Indeed, you're right. What we've done is that we wrote an application for a grant through the National Endowment for the Humanities. We don't know the results of that yet. That is a 1-to-4 match, so the grant itself is for $1 million, and it requires a $4 million match. And the Family Foundation has committed that $4 million.
So in addition to the million, 4 million to compete for $1 million.
Correct.
And they supported the proposal of the grant application, I believe.
Yes, they
Yeah,
submitted
yeah.
a letter of support for that.
So, you know, and we could go on. We have opportunities to signal back to the foundation, not just that we appreciate, but our intent as a gesture or statement of good faith with some available funding to invest in the museum. We didn't get to do that during the budgeting process. CIP budget was locked down for reasons we understand. We have all kinds of projects that we're going to fund. But this is an opportunity to say, let's take advantage of some available funding right now. We have just under $1 million that the city will receive, if we haven't already, from the sale of Empower Field, the sale of the Broncos. We're going to have $3 million available, or we have $3 million available, that we're not going to have to send back to top operating because of the renegotiation of our agreement with top operating in Cub Creek. So I can't do it tonight, but next Tuesday, or our next meeting, it won't be next Tuesday, on the 29th, I am going to move at the appropriate time that we commit 1/2 of the funding of the money available from the sale of the Broncos, and 1/2 of that $3 million, or $1.5 million, for a total of $2 million. I will move at that time that we take 50% of both to create a pot of $2 million and direct that to the museum for the expansion of the Children's Gallery and updating of the Children's Gallery, and any collateral work that could be done with that $2 million. The Bronco money has to be used for youth activities. I can't imagine a better investment than at least part of that money in an asset that would be updated and serve the kids in this community for decades, or if not generations, to come. So can't do it tonight. I'll move approval of a resolution 2022-166, but I didn't want to do that without signaling at least to this council what I think we should do with that money and what I'm going to move we do with that money the next time we get together. Thanks.
Thank you.
So 2022-166 has been moved by Councillor Waters, seconded by Councillor Martin. Let's vote. And that passes unanimously. So we're at general business. We have a request by Zinnia Permanent Supportive Housing for 100% waiver of development fees. So Kayleen Whaley is going to give us a present on this topic.
Good evening, Mayor Peck and council members. Deb Calise, Housing Investment Manager with the Housing and Community Investment Division here at the City of Longmont. I do want to give credit for the information compiled tonight to Kayleen Whaley and Katie Pung. Kayleen is a HCI Affordable Housing Specialist in our department, and Katie is our HCI Housing Development Project Manager. Element, Catherine Bean, who is a principal with Element Properties, is here tonight and available to do a presentation if you would like to see it, the full presentation. But I just want to kind of give you an overview of what their request is. Zinnia is a proposed 55-unit permanently supportive rental housing project for individuals who are exiting homelessness. Element Properties is acting as Sunset Element LLC as a developer, has agreed to restrict affordability for all 55 units to residents at or below 30% AMI. in perpetuity, memorialized in a voluntary alternative agreement approved by City Council on March 8th of this year. Zinnia has applied for and received the maximum amount of fee waivers and offsets allowed to be administratively approved, and they are now requesting that all the fees be waived as allowed under LMC 4.70.045. We are requesting to provide direction for implementation of additional fee waivers. You have, in your materials tonight, you have information on those dollar amounts, information on what's already been waived. You have information on the other investments that the city has provided for this project. As is typical for permanent supportive housing, it's not necessarily a lucrative, big commercial money-making endeavor. So lots of different things are included to make it happen. So if you are interested in seeing the full presentation on Zinnia and what their request is as far as waiving the remaining fees in order for them to build Zinnia, then what we'll be asking is there sufficient information provided to make the case that the project cannot go forward financially without additional fee waivers being provided? And if not, what additional information might be needed? And should 100% of the fees be waived, which is in the amount of $577,903.04? And if so, is the city willing to forego the collection of these fees as it does for the administratively approved fee waivers, or should there be a mechanism put in place to offset the loss of revenue? So that's what I have for you.
Do we have any discussion or questions from council members?
Do we have what? If the council is interested in the presentation.
Larger presentation?
It's up to you. If you're interested.
Okay, it looks like we're good with this one. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
So can you tell one more time what the fee waiver is? 577?
That's the full amount of the fees. Already administratively, we have waived $186,064.32. Fees offset by the Affordable Housing Fund already is $85,272.15. So the remaining that would be, that Zinnia or Element Properties is asking for is $306,566.57.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I know this sounds like a large amount to the public.
Sure.
But considering what it would cost us if we did this alone and what we need in housing, it is a very small amount. That amount of money really, basically in today's market, is one house. So we're getting
55.
We're getting 55 for the cost of one unit market rate.
And I should include that this project does align with the comp plan goals and is challenging to build without lots of financial assistance from lots of different places. So.
And I know that the staff has worked really hard on this for a year or more and pulling together all different kinds of funds. So can I have a motion to move? I'm sorry, what? Oh, I'm sorry. Councilor Waters.
Thank you, Mayor Peck. Should we assume that everybody in the room and everybody who might be watching knows where this is located?
Well, that's a good point.
I think that's an important part of this, is the location, and this is part of a bigger vision and intent. Why don't we just, somebody, I could do that, somebody else talk about it.
I can do that. So a few years ago, when we were trying to build, when the Housing Authority, and this was when the city got involved operationally, there was some
saving the Housing Authority from going out of business.
There was some operational issues or financial issues associated with completing the construction of Fall River Apartments, which is also a Housing Authority property. The city purchased property adjacent to the suites for about $750,000. So basically, around it, we had to leave the suites property separate because of the LIHTC component. In that, we started conversations with Element Properties about how we could look at developing that as more of a campus concept. And so this is the first building that has come out of that conversation. This is a fully supportive housing project. which is very similar to what the project in the suites. One of the reasons that this made a lot of sense is because when you look at it from an economy of scale perspective and the supportive services that we're providing, there's a lot of synergy between those two properties. As part of the agreement with Element, they have the ability to enact other purchases on the remaining parcels to look at other housing in there. And when we look at affordable housing, and specifically fully supportive housing, when you're looking at 30% AMI and below, when you have land, that is a big component to having those projects be successful, because as you can see from the cost of this project and the need for fee waivers, even when you bring land to the table, just the overall development cost is significant for these types of projects. We're utilizing LIHTC funding as part of this, and so this is a really big step for us as a community, especially when we talk about the need in that fully supportive structure, and when we talk about issues related to the unhoused in our community and what that really fulfills. And the other piece of this is one of what you all set out in terms of your position on the Housing Authority Board is the development of 6 projects, and this is one of those projects that we have coming forward. So that is a very quick synopsis of this project.
So for folks who might not know what LIHTC stands for?
Low Income Housing Tax Credits.
Yeah, and it's a way the state makes opportunities to help invest, right, or the state invests.
And this was a 9% competitive tax,
Yeah.
and so there's a difference, and I'll ask them to come up and kind of talk about that. So we had to compete with other groups in order to get this funding.
You know, as she's getting ready, I'm glad you started this storyline with the city's investment that helped that LHA at that time secure or convert from a construction loan to a regular financing for the suites through the purchase of that land. And now we have a chance to optimize that land with these kinds of projects and relationships with Elements. I think it's a stunning, honestly, chain of events to produce this kind of a property.
Thank you. I should let you come give all of our presentations. I really appreciate it, Counselor. My name is Catherine Bean, and I'm a principal at Element Properties. And I hope you'll forgive me. I'm battling the end of bronchitis, so I'll do my best. But Zinnia is a 55-unit permanent supportive housing project. And why is it important? We're serving the lowest income, and almost 1,000 adults sought homeless services in Boulder County in 2021. The need is very severe. And the best way to address it, how do you solve homelessness? With homes. And once you move homeless adults into housing, the burden that they place on other services in your community goes down significantly. We've done studies with hospitals, with jails, obviously with homeless services, mental health services, and those needs all decrease, if not go away, once the individuals get housed. And this is what we see, as the city manager mentioned, as kind of the second piece of this PSH and Services campus over on Sunset Way, and just a wonderful opportunity to create synergies, economies of scale, and a real community feel and support for the residents. So we started this, it started as an idea back in 2018. We got into real conversations with the city in 2019, and they stuck with us until we received the Low-Income Housing Tax Credit Award earlier this year. And those are tax credits provided by the federal government, the U.S. Treasury, that we're then able to sell to provide a large chunk of the equity for the project. It's a very competitive process. Only about 1 in every 4 projects gets awarded every year. And we were fortunate to receive an award this year. And that goes along with a lot of other funding. We also received from the Colorado Department of Housing $4.125 million in capital funds, as well as 55 project-based vouchers. So that's where the federal government is agreeing to pay rent, essentially, for the residents for the next 20 years, so that we can pay down our debt and that we can also provide services and operations for the building. We have funds from Boulder County, the Worthy Cause funds that they have. The developer, Element Properties, we're making a contribution to this project in the amount of $700,000. And then we'll also have a loan that we take the guarantees on too. But these projects take a very long time, as we talked about, and I don't have to tell you all that construction costs and interest rates continue to rise, and they're a daily challenge. So every dollar we can save is incredibly meaningful, and it means we can provide better amenities and better supportive services to the residents who will be there. A little bit about our company. We have a large affordable housing portfolio. We're based in Boulder, but we really are kind of community-based, and we believe Boulder County is that home. And we're really proud to add Zinnia to our portfolio. We talk about you all in this project and the amazing partnership regularly. These are my partners, Scott and Chris. We're local. Scott actually lives on Oxford Road, not too far away. And we care a lot about this community and look forward to being here along with our community partners. And that's you all, the city, the Housing Authority, Boulder County, Boulder Shelter for the Homeless will provide the services. And then we have a host of others across the state, including CHAFA, who provides the tax credits, the state Colorado Department of Housing, Bo Simone, who's a national expert in permanent supportive housing. And we're just proud that we can bring all of these together to provide such an important community asset to the folks of Longmont. I'd be happy to take other questions, but and I'm always available if anyone has questions or thoughts or ideas about this.
So I do. So for the public, you mentioned, clarify the statement that the vouchers, the government is paying the rent.
Great question, yeah.
That isn't going to go over well.
So what that means is for residents these residents all earn less than 30% of the area median income, and we can get really detailed in this. But what that means is for Boulder County, you take the income of everyone in Boulder County, and the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development does this calculation for every county and every city every year across the country. So you take the one person in the middle of Boulder County who has that income, if you put them all in a row, the one in the middle. And then these are people earning only 30% of that. And then those residents are required to contribute 30% of their income toward the rent. But in order for the property owner to be able to pay our debt down, because we have that over $6.85 million in debt, in order to pay our debt down, to pay our utility bills to Longmont, to pay for the staffing, to pay for the security, to pay for the social services for the residents, we need to make sure that we can get what's called a fair market rent. And HUD, the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, also sets those rents annually. And they provide that gap. So the fair market rent is about $1,300 a month. And the resident provides 30% of their income, and that might be Social Security income, that might be a job, that might be disability income. They provide 30% of that for the rent, which could meet that $1,300. But usually with this population, they're coming off the streets, they've lived through trauma. The federal government provides the balance of that rent. So there is a significant contribution from the residents, but in order for us to be able to finance these very expensive projects, we have that guaranteed income, which means a lender is willing to then give us debt on the project.
Thank you for that explanation.
For people, the project-based voucher, on the other side, we have housing choice vouchers.
Correct.
Which operates in a similar fashion. These are just specific to the project and the unit versus the housing choice vouchers, they can move around into different units.
Okay, and the other thing that I wanted to say about this project is that it is family-focused as well. Am I correct in that? 3 bedrooms?
No, this one's the individual focused. The one that we're talking about is the one for the property that LHDC owns on
Okay.
Hover. That's a different project.
Okay,
And that's
I
important.
got them confused.
It's okay. That's actually important and something we take into consideration with the design and look at best practices. So for single adults, it's not always kind of best practice to intermingle them with families. So this project is serving that population, and I hope we'll have the opportunity to serve the other population with other projects.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you all.
Yes, we do. Can I have a motion on Resolution 2022-167? No, I'm sorry, that's wrong. We don't need a motion, yes, we do. So we need a motion for 100% waiver of development fees for the Xenia Permanent Supportive Housing Project.
Second.
So that's been moved by Counselor Waters, seconded by Counselor Hidalgo Faring. Let's vote. I'm a yes. I can't get it. So that carries unanimously. Thank you. The next general business item are the agreements for a boutique hotel at 3rd and Kimbark Streets. This is for the General Improvement District Number 1 and the Longmont Downtown Development Authority.
Would you like to share it with them over Zoom? Cool. Which one am I looking at? This one? Great.
Before this, before you do your presentation, I need a motion no, I'm sorry. I'm getting all mixed up in this agenda.
Mayor, members of council, Kimberly McKee, Executive Director of the Downtown Development Authority. I'm also here with Chris McGilvray, the DDA Board Chair, and Jim Wardell from the DDA Board. Members of the Thrash Group are also here via Zoom. Unfortunately, they were not able to be here in person. We're here to discuss a proposed boutique hotel on the northwest corner of 3rd and Kimbark. If approved, the hotel would be situated on the south of the 300 East lot with 2 levels of parking developed immediately north of the building. Am I hitting this? Thank you. Having lodging in downtown has been a long time vision. As we look through historical documents, this concept and this particular site has been identified for decades as a place for a hotel. The original master plan of development in 1984 and a subsequent hotel study in 1984 both identified this lot, one for an 150-room hotel. The master plan was updated in 1995, also calling for lodging, and in 1997, a market analysis and action plan called for a downtown hotel when the market was ready. In 2006, there was an RFP and a concept plan for another mixed-use development and hotel at this site. In 2017, the master plan continued to reiterate this. These plans were all created by the with community input and unanimously adopted by both City Council and the DDA Board. When we look at the master plan of development, one of the things that it called for was opportunity development sites, and that was all of the surface lots within the downtown area, saying that those could be considered for redevelopment. It also called to encourage, prioritize, and if needed, incentivize a mix of uses and fill gaps in the market, things that were unable to make it immediately on its own. It did outline these 2 things as being a hotel and event venue. It also called to extend the vibrancy of downtown in an 18-hour, 7-day economy. Lodging helps do that. The Envision Longmont, which is the city's comp plan, also called for encouraging infill and redevelopment, calling for efficient use of available land and existing infrastructure. Additionally, creating places for people and support a sense of community. The proposed project is an 84-room hotel with 75 public spaces and an additional deck with 65 spaces that are designated to the hotel. It's calling for a 5,000 square foot rooftop restaurant that will have views all throughout the Front Range. It's also calling for a mix of meeting space and commercial, meeting a need that we have really been missing in our community. The LDDA board hears the concerns and will work with property and business owners to best mitigate parking and construction concerns. We've made investments in parking throughout the footprint of downtown. We will continue to work with city staff on additional parking options. We are also meeting with private lot owners to secure parking for permit parkers during construction. Some of the strides that we have made is the Spoke on Coffin Garage added 50 spaces to our inventory, as well as 80 spaces nights and weekends. There's 70 public spaces overall, but it added 50 to our inventory. The future First and Main Transit Center will also have 200 spaces. The DDA board budgeted $500,000 in the next 2 years to make pedestrian and connectivity improvements in the area. We have asked to talk to council how to best use these dollars because we have heard that there's a safety concern walking throughout the downtown district. We are currently finalizing a parking study that will help us use real-time data to see where our available parking is, as well as where the pinch points are. We've also invested in wayfinding. Beginning next year, you will see signs going up that have not only parking ID signs, so we can better know and educate people where public parking is, but also parking trailblazers that go throughout downtown. So if you do find a lot that's full, it's telling you parking this way, that way, especially if you are having trouble navigating the parking system. Those have already been funded, the design has been done, and we will put out an RFP to start putting those up next year. We continue to work on safety throughout the district. We recently added brand new lighting in all of the lots to really update and make them brighter and feel safer, as well as the string lights on Main Street that have done a lot to really light the path on your journey. We have also partnered with the Project NOLA to add cameras in all of our alleys and breezeways. When Fort Collins did this, they found a significant increase in the safety and a reduction of crime, so hoping to see the same thing here. If you haven't met Del Rey in our office, she works diligently to constantly be in communication with business and property owners to let them know of the impacts and what they can expect in the future. This project would be no different. We would also continue to work on marketing to make sure that people know that even during construction, all of our businesses are so valuable and open and ready to serve the public. We do get questions on what is a boutique hotel. It's generally a smaller, sophisticated, fashionable hotel. It offers great amenities. This one would be no different, having things like specialty suites and special amenities. They're usually found in city centers or downtown. Compared to other hotels, they're smaller, more intimate, and usually have a very strong artistic sense and focus on design, and an appeal that is promising with services, great picture-worthy places, and a real sense of presence. One of the things that we have talked about at length since the beginning of this is infusing this hotel with local art. As one of the Colorado creative districts, we have so much art and creativity here, and really working to reflect that in this lodging. The partners in this proposal, there's 4. There is the city, the LDDA, the General Improvement District, and the Thrash Group. The Thrash Group is a family-run business founded in the mid-'80s. I'm going to turn to the next slide, but I'm going to turn it over to Joe Thrash to talk a little bit about his company. How do I do that?
I guess we're up. I'm Joe Thrash, and this is my father, Ike. Were you going to say something? I'm sorry. No. Saw someone else at the podium. Okay. Thank you for your time, and thank you for listening to our proposal. I'm sorry we couldn't be there in person. We're actually, unfortunately, we had an engagement already, and we're on the Eastern time zone, so we're battling. If we get a little gibberishy, I think we've been up since 6 Eastern today. We actually have done some projects around there that people may be familiar with. Origin Red Rocks, Origin Westminster, and my brother actually lives in Louisville, which I don't think is very far away. We lost him to it once we started doing projects out there. I can't really blame him. But no, I think in short, you know, and I would like to thank everyone for their words, especially like the kind words that were said by a lot of the people. In short, we aim to be impactful. And I know that may not be what everyone wants, but we will have a bunch of local art. We will have local art on exhibit. We have a person in our company that I don't think many people do this, that their one job is to make contacts in the local community and make as many local partnerships as we can handle. So, you know, we will have local art. We will host bachelor parties that use the golf course. We will hopefully introduce a lot of people to downtown Longmont that can stay in downtown Longmont. We will, like I said, we aim to be the place for all of the wedding venues to send their blocks of wedding guests and that they can stay there and, you know, be patrons to all of the local businesses. Other than that, really, I mean, I would say there was somebody that spoke earlier, and I would just like to say, I know we won't use the alley for any more than it's already being used for. That we'll pick up trash there, I think. And there will be no co-working space. I think that was another thing that was brought up. But other than that, I mean, really like a boutique hotel to me, and everyone probably will give you a different answer here. The best kind is one that's like special. And what I mean by that, most importantly, is this hotel will be built once. Like it will never be built again. It will be the opposite of cookie cutter. We will not take it and put it somewhere else. Like it will belong in Longmont. And like I think some of the photos we're looking at right here, like I think this one is of Hotel Tupelo, and that's actually a good example. Hotel Tupelo is the city's hotel now. It's like they promote off of it, they use it. We love that. Like we've just become part of that community. And that's our goal. And look, we aren't perfect in any way, but that's what we aim for. So like this, if you look at some of these hotels, they look nothing like what's been designed for Longmont. Like we tried to blend in as much as we could. I think there, you know, there's brick, and hopefully, you know, the goal will be that is the hotel for downtown. And you know, I would say if anyone does want to ever contact us, we're always available. Specifically when we're back at the office where it's a little bit easier. Do you have anything?
No, yeah, and when it's not midnight. But I do appreciate it. Most of these things, I mean, we've been
Ike, we can't hear you.
Oh, you can't hear him?
Can you hear me now?
Sorry.
Can you hear me now? Yeah. Well, it's telephone commercial. But we really do appreciate the, you know, the fact that everything that changes scares people. Most of the comments were very positive, which is very nice. I mean, we want to go somewhere that we wanted. And, you know, you don't want to put a hotel in the middle of a neighborhood, but they're meant to go downtown. Parking's always a problem. In this case, you know, 20% of what we're doing here is to build more parking. So you at least come out with a, you know, with no negative impact from that. But, you know, Longmont obviously has been looking for a boutique hotel for a while. I mean, we're just looking for, you know, really, really nice cities, special places to put these. You know, our hotel in Westminster and Red Rocks and Raleigh are the #1 hotels in those markets. You know, it's not for anybody to drive. I mean, obviously you can see the ones in Westminster and Red Rocks. This one will be nicer than those are. Those are a little rectangular, you know, for our taste. I mean, with a rooftop bar, everybody always talks about having one. They never do because there's no reason to put one up there. You know, here, I mean, you have the most beautiful views of anywhere I've ever seen. So it's a really nice place to do this project. And Kimberly and everybody with the city, you know, I really do appreciate, you know, the time you've put into this. I mean, it's obviously come together pretty quickly. We just finished our 5th or 6th Origin hotel. I mean, Tupelo's not an Origin. The one we're at in West Virginia is not. We have other things that are, you know, that are in much smaller markets that, you know, that aren't big enough. But in this case, I mean, I think this is a special place to put this. And we have 6 to build now. Because you've moved as quickly as you have, this is pretty much leapfrogged a couple of the ones that we would have done next year. This one will move ahead of some of them just because of your cooperation and how fast you move. And again, we really do appreciate it. You know, thanks to everybody there.
Thank you very much. I showed a few other renderings of what the hotel would be looking like. One of the things that we really feel that downtown could use is when we talk about destination weddings, and I know that Mark from the St. Vrain was here, but it does open up just such possibilities. I feel like the St. Vrain is the premier wedding venue in Colorado, but a lot of those guests were staying elsewhere or staying in other communities. So this will certainly help that walkable, and then also bring those folks to eat, shop, and dine while they're here. Additionally, one of the things that I know Visit Longmont and the whole community has struggled with, especially when the plaza closed, was we no longer were able to go after conventions, meetings, or conferences. With the loss of those 200 hotel rooms and the meeting space, it's been super hard. One of the reasons why we feel like this product is so amazing is by using those investments that people have already made in our community, like the Times Collaborative, the St. Vrain Event Center, the Elks, and the Callahan House. We're really able to bring some outside business in here with a real unique proposition in historical, wonderful gathering places with an anchor of a hotel right in downtown. Additionally, when talking with primary employers, we have heard that this type of lodging is needed in the community, and that many times when their boards of directors will come in, they are sending them to the St. Julian or other hotels out of our town. This will give us a product in the market that will allow us to get more corporate business. Visit Longmont commissioned a study from Longwoods International to look at tourism. Currently, there is about $179 million a year spent on tourism. The top 3 expenditures, both by person and per party, are spent on lodging, restaurants, and retail. These are all clustered in the downtown area and will bolster our local economy. When we looked at the top experiences that people are doing while they're here, shopping is at the top of the list. Obviously, we hope to not only use this as a catalyst, but to be able to attract more retail, which is something that we hear in all of our surveys. People would like more places to shop. We also hear that the number one thing needed is more nightlife and attractions. And as you can see on this list, that is something that we are seeing travelers want to do and encourage to do. So we are hoping that this will help catalyze some of those things. There's also a special interest of travelers to stay in historic places and do historic tours. Partnering with the museum on their self-guided tours will also be a great asset. Along with that Longwood study, one of the things that we asked was, how satisfied were you with your trip? Only 50% of the people said that they were satisfied with their lodging choices in Longmont and their accommodations. We feel like adding a new type of product in the mix of Longmont will help those travelers that weren't happy with their staying have another choice. 75% of those surveyed were new travelers to Longmont. We hear consistently from business owners that they continue to see visitors stop in on their way to Estes Park. We'd like to make sure that they don't just stop in, but they spend the night and spend their money here in our community. The Longmont Economic Development Partnership did some modeling for us to see the impacts of the hotel. They used Impact Dashboard for this particular slide, and they were really looking at the net benefits of the hotel to the community. This is showing the direct money to the city of Longmont municipal budget over 10 years. And it's estimated after costs about $5.1 million generated by just the hotel. This doesn't include the sales tax for the restaurant or any of the restaurant patrons. This is just the lodging in the hotel. That would be additional. They also used another modeling software called SiteStats. This looked at not only the economic and fiscal benefits, but of visitors and what it does in all of the community, the direct and the spill-off. Over 10 years, they project the impact to be more than $108 million into our economy. Half of this is non-lodging expenditures, which would include supporting local businesses, shopping, dining, and other destinations. And Stephanie Pitznagel is here if you have any questions about the modeling. The total project cost is estimated to be about $24.5 million, and looking for a public contribution of about 17.6%, which is 4.3. All of the money that we'll be talking about to be contributed to the project will be generated directly from the project. The DDA is pledging approximately $2.3 million in tax increment financing. This would be the property taxes that are generated when you take a taxable assets such as the surface lot and put a project on it. That is projected over the next few years, and a grant of approximately $400,000 through our Development Incentive Program, or our DIP grant. I'm going to turn it over to Joni to talk about the other two.
Mayor Peck, members of council, so the other two financial contributions you'll see on the screen include the reason you have two resolutions this evening, because you'll be reconvening as the General Improvement District Board, as well to look at approving or not approving an additional resolution. But the city, the GID would be the land cost of the parcel for the hotel. And then the lodger's tax contribution would be an estimated $1.2 million. So all of these combined funds are noted in the development agreement that are before you this evening. And we're happy to answer any additional questions. And your options tonight are to approve the development agreement as written, not to approve the agreement. And staff's recommendation this evening is that you approve the development agreement as presented.
Is that the end of your presentation then? Okay. Do we have any questions or comments from council? Councilor Waters?
Thanks, Mayor Peck. Question and then an observation. You showed us Kimberly, two analyses in terms of the ROI here. $4.3 million investment from the multiple sources, much of it coming from LDDA, right? Along with lodger's tax, which is money that is accumulated from where?
From the hotel.
All
of it is from the hotel. Yeah, visitors,
Yeah. Was the ROI, I saw two different numbers, right? So one of those was 108 million, right? Was that net?
No, that was the fiscal and economic impacts over 10 years.
Yeah, 10 years, but
Yeah.
The net ROI over 10 years, not just from lodger's tax from the hotel, but with the multiples of spending across the community.
From the projected shopping, dining.
All right, yeah, I wonder who wouldn't take that kind of ROI over 10 years on a, what is that, how many X? 108 million is what X of 4.3 million? 20? 20X? Not quite, but close.
Yeah, it's close.
Yeah. So here's the observation. With all of the conversation about parking, for a couple of years, I've hoped that we would have engaged our public in a conversation about what is the future of local transportation. And I know very little about this, but I have watched YouTube, right? And futurists like Tony Seba, who presents himself, and I think others would acknowledge as one of the international experts on the future of local transportation. And if he were here tonight, Marcia may be more familiar with his work than I think he would say, by 2030, you may not need any of those parking spaces, right? I mean, he's got this whole case about ride-hailing services and how that, especially as a generational shift, as a paradigm shift, that parking spaces are going to become the dinosaurs and parking structures. I'm not suggesting we don't want to add the parking structures here. I'm just saying we're looking in a rear view mirror as we're anticipating the next 10 years. And I want to say to Harold, had we engaged in a public engagement around the future of transportation, my guess is the tenor and the focus of this conversation tonight would be very different. And that, for me, that would be the reason to do it. So whether we agree or not, we could at least acknowledge that here's one take, right? And what would be the markers that we would be paying attention to that gets us to the place to say, you know what, you'll be able to convert the parking structure to amenity space eventually, because we won't need those parking spaces. Now, somebody can tell me I'm crazy, and then we'll sit down and watch Tony Seba's work together. I'm done.
Can I make a comment real quick? Council Waters, just to remind the council. Just to remind the council, McGillivray, the $4.3 million that we're going to be contributing, 100% of that comes from the revenue that this project's gonna bring in through building this project. So I think we want to emphasize that. It's really important. When you look at the 17% that we're contributing, it may seem alarming, but in the grand scheme of things, the revenue that it's producing through the lodger's tax and the number of different economic means covers that cost.
Councilor Yarbrough?
Thank you, Mayor Peck. I just want to say that being the liaison or being on the board of LDDA, I know how important it was for the board members to make sure that this project were very conscious of the uniqueness of the city of Longmont. And that mattered to the board. And so that I was very surprised and actually intrigued by that mattered to the LDDA. And also thinking about the transportation that's coming and thinking about the sugar mill and how we're connecting the slope and all of that. We know we're growing, and we know that just looking at the data from in the 1970s and 80s and, on that, it has been a desire for this city to have lodging downtown. Even though we are close to 100,000, there are no hotels downtown. How many other cities that are around 100,000 that have hotels downtown? So I think it's time. I think it's time, and I know it will be beneficial for other businesses downtown. And I also believe that this will give us a greater opportunity to support our local businesses downtown as well. So I want to thank the LDDA for putting all of this work together so quickly. And I appreciate your passion, the other board members and business owners who contributed with their suggestions and comments, because it does matter in what you say and the passion of the board members. I can't speak enough on that, how they really thought out about what our community would think about this opportunity. So I just want to say thank you for all the work that you put into this as well.
Mayor Pro Tem Rodriguez?
Thank you, Mayor Peck. So one item that we got emails about, but we didn't really hear so much tonight from the members of the public that spoke on the topic, was the concern that this isn't going through the development process. This will be going through the development process like any development. This is just one aspect that you wouldn't normally see, because often cases, the land's already privately owned by a developer, and so you don't see the transaction where the land gets acquired. This is kind of the land acquisition process by and large. As far as the parking, once fully built out, I'm not squeamish at all about the deck. I maybe would ask for more decks, but that's just me. I'm a little worried about, and I'm sure that there will be some creative solutions, is during construction when they're using some of the parking lot for staging for equipment and supplies and those kinds of concepts. That's a little bit, troublesome as far as anything in the parking conversation goes. But as we heard from many of the business owners, specifically on that block on the east side, that they are supportive, and while there might be a little bit of a pinch during construction, that they see the net benefit that a hotel downtown will bring. And so I'd like to move Resolution 2022-167.
Okay, yeah, hang on. So that's been moved by Mayor Pro Tem Rodriguez, seconded by Councilor Martin. We'll have Councilor Hidalgo Faring would like to weigh in on that.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, Mayor Pro Tem jumped on. But no, I do agree. The other piece, as we're looking at housing and housing availability, having the hotel there also frees up, the number of Airbnbs. I think some of what people are using for lodging our homes. So, just having that, that hotel there, I feel like that will also address that, that concern as well. I've been hearing from a lot of residents who are opposed of the Airbnbs, but we don't have the appropriate lodging for visitors. Just having this hotel there, I think, will address many of those needs and concerns. So yeah, I am in support of this moving forward.
Thank you. Is there any more discussion? Seeing none, let's vote on R 2022-167. That passes unanimously. Congratulations. Thank you for your work. Yes.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. It was handled about as quickly.
Councilor, Mayor Pro Tem Rodriguez.
Hold on.
Joe is trying to speak.
Oh, Joyce, I'm sorry.
We missed that one.
Oh, we were saying thank you. That was it.
Yes, the comments and the diligence that went into this was about as good as anything we've done all over the country. So we appreciate your efforts. Thank
And
you.
we promise we will do something special.
Thanks.
Thank you.
All right, so I'd like to move that we recess as the Longmont City Council and convene as the Board of Directors of the Longmont General Improvement District Number 1.
So it's been made by Mayor Pro Tem Rodriguez, is seconded by Councilor Hidalgo Faring. Let's vote. That carries unanimously. So under the GID for District Number 1, it's Resolution R-LGID-2022-05, a resolution of the Board of Directors of the Longmont General Improvement District Number 1, approving the purchase and sale and development agreement between the Thrash Group, the City of Longmont, the Longmont General Improvement District Number 1, and the Longmont Downtown Development Authority for a boutique hotel. Do we have any discussion on this? You want to make a motion? You looked like you wanted to. I'll second that. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, let's vote. And that passes unanimously. So I move that we adjourn as the Board of Directors of the Longmont General Improvement District Number 1 and reconvene as the Longmont City Council. Second. So I made that motion. It was seconded by Councilor Martin. Let's vote. That carries unanimously. The third thing on our general business agenda is the electric community investment fee. And Becky Doyle is going to give us or is just going to present on this topic.
Here, Becky. Hold on. I can't do it left-handed.
Off. All right, let's try that again. Good evening, Mayor Peck and members of council. I will talk while I find the presentation for this. We were joined by Brian McGill and Raven Martin, who will give the presentation here, but I also wanted to just frame this conversation a little bit. You've heard several times from us this year about increasing costs across the board in the utilities areas, and this is a related conversation from a slightly different angle. And so what we're bringing to you tonight, instead of, utility rates that are charged to all of the customers, folks who are living in and running businesses in our community, we're bringing to you the set of system development fees that are charged to developers as they join those utility systems. These are incredibly valuable investments that we've made as a city into those utilities that support and make us able to live and work here. So as people join those systems, they pay for an equity share of the capacity that's been built over the last 150 years that history of those utilities. So what you'll see this evening are some potential increases in all four of the fees that we'll go over tonight. But also, we know that we're very concerned about what the impact is of increasing fees on the development of affordable and attainable housing. Obviously, we have some mechanisms in place, as we just did with the Zinnia project before you this evening, to reduce those fees for affordable developments, and are currently working on how does that work for attainable as well. So what you're going to see tonight are recommendations for changes to fees for market rate units. And that's going to be the starting point for the conversation that we have about how do we make adjustments to those fees and ensure that we have the ability to support and help folks to build units in those affordable and attainable ranges. So our recommendation is, if we can get to a point where we can have direction on these fees for those market rate units tonight, then we'll bring those back in January along with some recommendations that are going to be coming forward for incentives and waivers around attainable and potentially enhancements to the affordable pieces. So just wanted to start there and allow Raven and Brian to tell you all about the amazing work that they've done in this analysis.
Good evening, Mayor Peck, members of council. My name is Brian McGill, utility rate analyst with Strategic Integration. And as Becky mentioned, Raven and I are here tonight to present the fee studies that we've done for the Electric Community Investment Fee, or ECIF, as well as the water, wastewater, and storm drainage system development fees. So here's tonight's agenda. So all four of the fees that we are going to be presenting tonight are system development fees. Even though the ECIF doesn't have system development fee in its title, it is indeed the Electric Utilities System Development Fee. So I'll be starting off the presentation by just giving a definition of what exactly a system development fee is. Then I'll move into the ECIF fee study results, and the methodology that went into that study, as well as the proposed fees coming out of that study. And then I'll hand it off to Raven, and she'll go through the same process for water, wastewater, and storm drainage. And then Raven will give a couple of permit fee comparisons for single-family residential permits, so that way council can see the financial impact to developers for the proposed fees increases. And then after that, we'll have time for council discussion questions, and we'll hopefully get direction from y'all how to proceed forward with these proposals. Okay, so what is a system development fee? A system development fee is a fee paid for by developers during the permitting process associated with either new or redevelopment. It is a fee that developers pay for the ability to tap into a fully functioning utility system. These fees help offset the capital costs to increase the utility system capacity in order to meet the demand the new development is putting onto the system. This contributes to the city's philosophy of growth pays for growth. It also allows the utilities to keep rates lower by being able to exclude some of the system capacity increase costs out of the rate calculations. The final note I wanted to make about system development fees is that they can only be used to increase the capacity of a utility system. Okay, so now I'll talk about the ECIF. So I'll talk about the current methodology that's used. The current methodology of calculating the ECIF fees uses the future land use map for this, from the city's comprehensive plan to identify what the electric system's future capacity needs will be. It also projects the cost to build that system. It then allocates those costs based on the estimated electric load of each new service projected to be added. However, this model is becoming increasingly difficult to manage and update due to zoning changes, increased redevelopment, and the ever-changing electric system needs to handle beneficial electrification, electric vehicle charging, as well as the incorporation of distributed energy resources such as distributed solar, battery storage, and smart thermostats. Because of the increased difficulty with this current model, strategic integration staff and LPC leadership brought in a consultant earlier this year to look at different methodologies to calculate system development fees. The result of that work is the proposal to move to a different methodology. Staff is recommending changing to the buy-in methodology. So what is the buy-in methodology? The buy-in methodology is an industry standard used by many water and electric utilities both locally and nationwide to calculate system development fees. It is also the current methodology used by the city's water and wastewater utilities, and it still supports the city's philosophy of growth paying for growth. As the name suggests, under the buy-in method, new development is buying into an already existing system that has been funded through previous system development fees, as well as by ratepayers through their monthly utility bills. As mentioned earlier, these fees are then used to defray the cost of expanding the system capacity, thus reducing or eliminating the rate impact to the existing ratepayers. This method is based on the existing value of the utility system and is allocated based on how the new development will utilize and impact that system. So what are the benefits to using the buy-in method? As I just mentioned, it is an industry standard and will align the electric utility system development fee with the water and wastewater utilities. Later in this presentation, Raven will also be proposing changing the storm drainage utility to this method as well. So then all 4 utilities will be using the same method moving forward. This method can also be scaled to meet the demand requirements of all developments, including any that are outside the norm. The buy-in method will also be easier to update on an ongoing basis because staff will not be required to gaze into a crystal ball to predict what the system capacity requirements will be in the future. Okay, now I'll review the ECIF fee study results. As just mentioned, staff has used the buy-in method for this study. The total existing value of the system was identified and allocated to the different rate classes: residential, small commercial, large commercial, and industrial, based on each of those classes' contribution to the city's peak demand. The allocated system values are then divided by the sum of max demands for each of the rate classes and then put into a formula to calculate the proposed fees based on electric panel sizes, as you will see on the next slide. You will also see that staff is proposing to smooth the fee increase over 3 years. So this table displays the proposed residential and single-phase commercial fees. It does not include the 3-phase commercial fees, but they were included in the council communication. As you can see, the fees are based on the electric panel size in amps. The table also shows the proposed 3-year fee schedule from 2023 to 2025. Highlighted are the rows associated with the 200 amp panels because that is the most common panel size used for a single-family residential development. Staff is proposing an increase in the residential 200 amp panel fee of $175 in 2023, $214 in 2024, and $262 in 2025, bringing the fee to $1,430 in 2025. I have also highlighted the single-phase commercial 200 amp panel to note the difference in the fees paid for residential development versus commercial development. The difference in fees is because of the differences in how the customer classes utilize the electric system. Okay, and the final item in regards to ECIF is staff's proposal to update the municipal code to include the automatic adjustment of the fees annually using the Engineering News Record Construction Cost Index beginning in 2026. Doing so will help lessen the potential future fee adjustments if a fee study is not completed every year. In other words, if a study is completed in year 3, this automatic adjustment will adjust the fee in years 1 and 2 to account for the changes in construction costs either up or down, thus making the adjustment in year 3 less than it would have been without the automatic annual adjustments. Adding this update will also bring the ECIF into alignment with the Storm Drainage System Development Fee Code, and staff is also proposing updates to the code for the water and wastewater system development fees, again bringing all the utility system development fees into alignment. Now I'll pass it off to Raven, and she'll talk about the water, wastewater, and storm drainage system development fees. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor Peck and members of council. I'm Raven Martin, CIS Business Analyst with the Strategic Integration, and tonight we will be presenting information about the water, wastewater, and storm drainage system development fees. First, I would like to begin with water and wastewater, as the proposed fee structures differ slightly from storm drainage. For the water and wastewater fee studies, current methodology uses the buy-in method, which considers existing utility system value and existing meter connections. These system development fees have not been updated since 2015, so current fees no longer reflect the current system value. Strategic Integration worked with a consulting agency, the FCS Group, to assist with an analysis and to identify options which would support the city's affordable and attainable housing objectives. This analysis includes updating the net facility value, calculating single-family residential equivalent customers, and then calculating the fees. Using data from the county assessor's records and the city's utility billing data, they arrived at an estimate of mean indoor demand per bedroom. Updating the methodology for the system development fees using a calculation based on the number of bedrooms would lower the fees for residential units with 1 or 2 bedrooms, which is shown in the following slides. This table presents the proposed SDF charges, where alternative 1 represents an update of the existing fee structure, and alternative 2 represents a change to the fee based on the number of bedrooms per residential unit. This per bedroom charge is the same for both single-family and multifamily residential permits. This table provides a comparison of the fees for alternative 1, which is based on the water meter connection, and alternative 2, which calculates fees based on the number of bedrooms. As you can see, for single-family residences that have 1 or 2 bedrooms, the fee would be lower, while for 3 or more bedrooms, the fee would be more than the existing methodology. This table presents the proposed SDF charges for wastewater, where alternative 1 represents an update to the existing fee structure, and alternative 2 represents a change to the fee based on the number of bedrooms per residential unit. And similar to water, this per bedroom charge is the same for both single-family and multifamily residential permits. This table provides a comparison of the wastewater fees for alternative 1 based on the water meter connection, and alternative 2, which calculates the fees based on the number of bedrooms. Similarly to water, for single-family residences that have 1 or 2 bedrooms, the fee would be lower, while for 3 or more bedrooms, the fee would be more than the existing methodology. System asset values are brought to current year levels using the ENR CCI, which accounts for inflation in the price of raw materials used in capital construction projects. For the storm drainage SDF, municipal code has already been adopted to increase annually by the percentage change in the ENR CCI. Staff recommends updating the municipal code for water and wastewater SDFs to update fees annually using the ENRCCI, which, as Brian mentioned earlier, is also being proposed for ECIF, which would align the fee calculation among the utilities. Now I would like to present system development fee information for storm drainage. The storm drainage fee study also uses the buy-in method, which for storm drain includes updating the system value, determining the total developed impervious area by square footage, and then calculating the fees based on impervious area. For the fee structure, the single-family SDF is calculated based on the average total square foot lot size of 5,000 square feet, with 45% of that lot being attributed to impervious area. However, multifamily and non-residential calculations use a per square foot amount. We recommend keeping the current fee structure, which has a flat rate for single-family units and a rate per square foot of impervious surface area for all other development. These updates work in concert with the potential changes to street parking, stacking, and loading, which incentivizes a reduction in paved areas. And while storm drainage SDFs are indexed using the ENRCCI, the fee charged today no longer reflects the current system value due to an increase in capitalized assets. These tables represent the updated fees for the storm drainage SDFs for each class of service. Staff proposes a 3-year fee schedule in which fees have been smoothed over this period and reflect the current system value. At the end of the 3-year fee schedule, the SDF will automatically adjust based on the ENRCCI. This table presents the current SDF fees that have been included in this presentation with a comparison between the existing fees and proposed fees using alternative 1 for water and wastewater, which is based on the existing meter connections, and the updated fees for storm drainage and electric. This comparison shows the fees for 3 bedrooms. This table presents the comparison between the existing fees and proposed fees using alternative 2, which for water and wastewater, which is based on the calculation of number of bedrooms. And this comparison shows the fees for 3 bedrooms as well. Staff is requesting direction on preparing the ordinances and to enact for a selected fee for water and wastewater SDFs, updating municipal code to update the SDFs annually based on ENRCCI. For storm drainage, the staff is recommending direction on preparing ordinances to enact updated fee schedules. And similarly, for electric, staff is asking for direction to prepare fee ordinance based on selected option and prepare ordinance to amend the municipal code for the electric SDFs to automatically adjust with the ENRCCI. Thank you very much for your time this evening, and let us know if you have any questions.
Are there any questions from council or comments? Councilor Waters.
Just one question. Obviously, this applies to all new development. It also applies to remodels, to ADUs, to carriage houses, to whatever. I mean, it's all new construction, whether it's a new unit or a remodeled unit.
Mayor Peck and Councilmember Waters, yes, redevelopment would include, potentially a recalculation in fee if there's a change in, the panel size for electric or in the size of meter required to serve that building. No change if there's, not additional capacity required to serve that change, and that's the case for most ADUs. And kind of, like basement remodels, this wouldn't apply.
Yeah, just want to make sure I'm clear on what all it applies to.
Correct.
Thanks.
Councilor Martin.
Thank you, Mayor Peck. We have a beneficial building electrification plan. As a result of that, a number of households are already asking what happens when they upgrade their breaker box from 100 amps to, or 160 amps to 200 amps. And in some parts of the city, that has an impact. Are they going to be subject to these, reassessment of these fees when that happens?
Mayor Peck and Councilmember Martin. Yes, increases in panel size would be subject to these fees. However, adopting these fees as the base level doesn't mean that we can't provide incentives or reductions, to achieve city goals such as electrification, such as attainable housing. This is really a proposal to set the kind of baseline of, this is what the cost of entry is, So, so yes, and we have an opportunity to provide other incentives.
Thank you.
Yeah, and one of the things I wanted to point out, so why it's important to know if you want to go forward with this and which approach you want to go forward with is directly related to how we look at the affordable and the attainable incentives. Because if you can back up a little bit, as an example, go back to the water side on the alternative one versus existing. So, no, one more. So right here, this is good. So if you look at the current rate for a one bedroom, and let's talk about Zinnia, because Zinnia is a great example for this one. Currently, the fees that they're paying would be for the one bedroom units are $3,490. If you chose option 2, then that goes up to $4,470. But if you choose option 1, goes to $4,470. If you choose option 2, the actual fee for that one bedroom in Zinnia would be $1,680. So that would actually be a reduction based on what they're paying now. And so it's important to understand which one you want to do, because as we look at those affordable and attainable incentives, there's already an impact in that world for 1 and 2 bedrooms. It's the 3 bedrooms that we would have to look at if you chose alternative 2 to figure out how do we do that. If you chose alternative 1, we would have to look at all of those bedroom sizes to figure out how we approach it in terms of that incentive. And so that's why it's important for us to understand your preference in this, because one does inherently build in a reduction for those units where the other one doesn't.
Councilor Martin.
Thank you, Mayor Peck. I have to admit to having a weak mind this evening, and there are a lot of tables here. And I really want, I think based on my previous experience, I have a strong desire to follow the staff's recommendation. Can it be said that the staff universally recommends alternative 2, or are they mixed and matched?
Mayor Peck, Councilmember Martin, I don't know that there's necessarily any mixing and matching, nor do I know that we have a strong preference between alternative 1 and alternative 2. Both are defensible and collect the revenue that is needed in that area, provide us the flexibility to incentivize different things within the community. I think it's really a policy decision about whether we want to have that scaling ability. That's
That
something
doesn't stop the staff from making recommendations if
Not
it's policy.
usually.
So what I would tell you to that answer is that if I put looking to council and what you've all talked about for affordable and attainable housing, I think alternative 2 really is easier for us to deal with in that world, so that the way they've scaled this, we may not have to have so Zinnia, for example, the number that we would come in if they were looking for a waiver would be lower. But in the pro forma, as you're building that for one bedroom units, you may not need it, because that is a couple of $1,000s less per unit. And so in the 1 and 2 bedroom world, if council chooses to go there, it starts narrowing what we start looking at in terms of those incentives for affordable and attainable. Versus if you look at alternative one, that's a big number that we're looking at across all of those different classifications.
And before I give up the floor, would the alternative to suite essentially also, for market rate construction, would they not also tilt the playing field toward more modest dwellings?
It would, yeah, absolutely. The other benefit that we didn't really talk about is it really simplifies the fee tables. I don't know if you've seen our tables for the multifamily in particular. They're very complicated, and going to a bedroom basis, I think would be much more understandable to folks that are looking to potentially develop in the city.
Okay, thank you very much. That's helpful.
Counselor Hidalgo Faring.
Thank you, Mayor. So, you know, I was trying to, as I was reading this, I was trying to look at it through an equity lens. And, you know, equity, what is equitable does not equate to equal. So, you know, my personal feeling was going toward that alternative too, but, you know, I would like staff's input on, you know, if I was looking at this through an equity lens, which one would be the more beneficial option? And I think, you know, Harold, you kind of answered as far as what our goals are for attainable housing.
Yeah, I think we talked about this yesterday, where when we look at it from a housing perspective, and, you know, we talked earlier about the property that we want to develop off of Hover and 17th. You know, we're looking for more 2 and 3 bedrooms there for family housing. So this really kind of works for the 2 bedrooms, but on the 3 bedrooms, it shifts the numbers in the other direction, which is what we're trying to figure out. But if you all said we want to do alternative 2, you know, we have real pro formas that we're working with right now that we could go, well, what's the impact? What does that mean to gaps? And then we can really develop an incentive package to really get at those 2 and 3 bedrooms for affordable and attainable that really helps you manage your margin. So there's a different way for us to solve for that issue, which takes me back to what I said earlier. Your choice really will send us down this road in terms of how we look at incentives, or it could send us down this road, depending on whether it's 1 or 2.
Okay. But then in alternative 2, we are just having to look at the 3 and 4 bedrooms as opposed to.
You're looking at all of them for market.
Yeah.
What we're saying is, as we look at the incentives,
Yes.
we would probably then focus more on the 3 and 4 bedroom as it relates to attainable and affordable versus having to look at 1 and 2 and 3 and 4.
Yes. Yeah, that's what I was getting at. Okay, thank you.
Seeing no one else, I'll weigh in on this. When we're talking about, for example, the new Hover one that you were going to be building, if it was 60 units and 20 were 1, 20 were 2, 20 were 3 bedrooms, the overall project would be less expensive with alternative 2, would it not? Because the 1 bedrooms would be much cheaper, whereas if you went with alternative 1, the overall project would be very expensive.
Yeah, your unit mix
Exactly.
will affect the overall total cost.
Where it would be expensive is if a developer wanted to do just 2 and 3 bedrooms. That would be expensive for a developer.
So theoretically, correct, and I sort of talked to them, so as we've talked about looking at an affordable and attainable project. If, you know, ran the numbers and I said, well, if we had 195 units that were all affordable and all attainable, and we took this margin, you know, that you're starting to add about $800,000 to the cost of a project, which when you're trying to build affordable and attainable, that could be a deal killer. Taking kind of that pro forma and sketching the incentives for that in either one of these works, I do think it's easier on option 2. I mean, Becky, do you?
I think we need to remember that what we're looking at specifically here is a comparison of the single family to that alternative two. So that the multifamily per unit charge is lower currently, and we'd be shifting to a structure where it's the same for any bedroom that you build. So that's a little bit different. I do think it would be. Depending on the mix, it's easier to address some of those concerns, probably an alternative too. So,
Any more discussion on this? Then I'm going to move to direct staff to adopt alternative 2. Do we have 3 of these that we need to go through? One for electricity, one for they're all very different.
I think you can probably make a motion, that we could bring back ordinances as recommended for electric storm drainage, alternative 2, and the ENR CCI adjustment. That was a very simple motion, obviously. You might want to
What she said. So for all 3, hold on a minute. Does somebody else want to make this motion? Yeah. That one. It is.
With outlining option 1 or 2.
But I suppose council should, I only heard the one on the slide that we were on, which was the water and wastewater. But do we want alternative 2 on storm drainage and electric?
You don't have alternatives 1 and 2 on electric and storm drainage. It's only on water and wastewater.
Oh, okay, so go ahead, Councilman Waters.
So, how does this work? We know that staff has recommendations for each of these
Right.
3. That we would direct staff to bring back ordinances reflecting their recommendations for water and wastewater, storm drainage, and electric fees. All 3 categories.
Perfect. Second. So that's been, the motion's been made by Councilor Waters, seconded by Councilor Martin. Do we have discussion? Seeing none, let's vote. If I can bring my screen up. That passes unanimously. Thank you very much.
And again, I just wanted to reiterate, when we bring this back to you, we will bring back what we talked about as part of the housing conversation with the affordable and attainable incentives, including the one on the raw water charge that we talked about. It's better if we look at these as a package.
So Becky, I do have a question that Ruby brought up. She was talking about, basically, we're doing what she was asking because she was comparing it to residential fees, but this was, to residence fees.
Correct.
This is
Yeah.
development fees.
That's exactly right. There
Okay.
are multiple funding sources for, all of our utilities, and this is the development piece of revenue that comes into this utility.
Okay, thanks for that. So we're at final call, public invited to be heard. Does anybody in the public like to make a statement? Seeing none, we will go on to mayor and council comments. Councilor Martin.
Thank you, Mayor Peck. I will try to be brief. I just would like to apologize to the public for the unpleasant interlude that we had during public invited to be heard. I want those of you who have had faith in me in the past to understand that my words were taken out of context and that the prejudices that of which I was accused are not mine. What I do have, and I am guilty is a compulsion to call out hate speech when my attention is called to it. And that is the reason that that resident is angry with me, because I refused to allow certain types of hate speech, discrimination against certain groups who are pushing the rock uphill to begin with. You know, that when someone sets themselves up as a punisher, as you know, instructs other people to hurt people because they feel that the group is deserves it, then I can't keep my mouth shut. And I'm not really sorry that I didn't keep my mouth shut. I think that if a man and a woman take in a child and make it their child, that's called adoption. But if a same-sex couple does the same thing, it's called child buying. That's hate speech, and I can't let it pass. If someone who has a felony record but is properly free and properly law-abiding now, then I don't think that they should be harassed and driven away from our town, and I don't think that people who help them should be harassed and driven away from our town either. So I apologize for the scene, but not for my views on that subject. And thank you for listening.
Councillor Yarbrough.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to say that on last week, on the 7th and the 8th, I was invited for Skyline High School Career Day for 2 days. I was there 7:30 in the morning to 9:30 in the morning, 2 days in a row. But it was amazing. It was good. It was a lot of fun to hear students, to hear the freshmen hardly speak on anything, but then ask a whole bunch of questions about what do we do. To hear the seniors talk about, you know, my question was to them, the students, I know we almost done, but I think this is important to hear our youth in what they think about the city. And I asked them, I said, what do you like about Longmont and what do you want to see change? Most of the young people said that the common feedback was there's not enough to do for them in this city. Class after class after class, and I probably had, seriously, probably around 200 students between the 2 days. There's not enough to do, but I will also say that the most thing they liked was downtown. Isn't that crazy? And I want to say this one suggestion that one young lady, I don't remember her name, please forgive me. She suggested that we have an amusement park at the sugar mill. Yeah, and that makes sure that we could only bike and walk to the amusement park. And I was like, that is really good, right? And some of the students said we need more parks, you know? And so I just wanted to highlight Skyline, and the teachers are amazing there. And I will say there were other businesses at the, also at Career Day from the city as well. The library were there. Longmont Public Media was there. The new donut shop, the Landline were there giving out free donuts. So I just want to say that. And also I just want to mention that I too will be bringing a proposal at the next meeting about the Bronco money as well. So thank you for a good night.
Councillor Waters.
Thanks, Mayor Peck. I assume we all may have read both in the Times Call and then followed up on Sunday in the Denver Post, a fairly substantial story about makerspaces. And the featured in this article is Longmont Public Media as one of the exemplars in terms of makerspaces in not just in Colorado, but in the West. So I want to say one more time, good on you, LPM folks, and for us for funding their contract.
So, speaking of LPM, on Sunday at 3 o'clock, they are going to be showing their documentary of our new sister city, Wind River. So don't miss that. It's very interesting. I saw the first two in the series. Very, very good. So if you have nothing to do on Sunday, go to the museum at 3 o'clock. Can I have a motion to adjourn, please? Oh, city manager.
No comments, Mayor, Council.
See, I was going to let you off the hook.
No comments, Mayor, either.
Okay. So now can I have a motion to adjourn?
Move to adjourn.
Second.
All right. All those in favor? Aye. We are adjourned.